Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the July 13th, 2023 virtual meeting of the Jersey City Zoning Board of Adjustment. Since COVID and consistent with state law, we are holding our meeting via Zoom. I would like to call this meeting to order and ask Francisco Espinoza to take roll call.
Give me a second. All right, Commissioner Shadid,
Yes.
Commissioner Arujo,
Yes. I'm here.
Patel,
Vital is gone.
I think he left. I
oh,
don't.
Yeah.
sorry, I was looking.
Yeah.
Commissioner Allen,
Here.
Commissioner Park,
Here.
Commissioner Boyle,
Here.
Commissioner Zublicki,
Present.
and Vice Madam Chair Coyle.
Present.
We have a total of 7 commissioners tonight.
Before we have the flag salute, are there any sunshine announcements that we need to know about?
Yes, in accordance with the Open Publics Meeting Act, notice has been given to the Jersey Journal, El Especialito, the Jersey City Reporter, and posted with the city clerk on Tuesday, July 11th. We have the notices to be marked.
Okay, they will be marked in evidence B1 for this meeting.
Okay, can we all stand for the flag salute?
Mhm.
I pledge
Pledge
allegiance
allegiance to the flag
To the flag
Pledge
of the United
United
States of
States
America
of America.
and to the republic which stands
stands
one nation under
under
God,
under God,
indivisible,
indivisible,
with
with
liberty and justice for all.
justice for all.
Okay, do we have staff that needs to be sworn in at this time before we begin?
Yes. You swear or affirm that the testimony or comments you will provide this evening will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you. And I see 3. Okay.
Okay, is there any correspondence that we need to share at this moment?
Yes, let me share my screen. Okay. Let me know you all can see it. Okay. Other than the current adjournment, which is address 118 and 112 Old Bergen, which will be heard on August 10th, we do have several items in new business that also will be carrying to the August 10th meeting. So item 10 in new business, this is case Z22-089. The address is 128 Glenwood Avenue. They are being carried to the August 10th regular meeting with preservation of notice. Item number 11, case Z22-077. The address is 104 Glenwood Avenue. Same thing, they have requested to carry to August 10th with preservation of notice. Item 13, this is case Z22-075. The address is 850 West Side. They have requested to carry to the August 10th meeting with preservation of notice. Item number 14, case Z22-079. The address is 146 through 152 Glenwood Avenue, requested to carry to August 10th with preservation of notice. And lastly, item number 15, case Z22-058, and the address is 84, 86, and 88 Beacon Avenue. They have requested to carry to August 10th with preservation of notice. So for those in the public or attendees, if you're out there for any of those addresses, you will not receive any new notices.
Okay, so let's begin then with case Z22-066. Can we promote the attorney, Benjamin Wine, and anyone else that he has with him?
Promoting Benjamin Wine.
Good evening.
Me?
Good evening.
Good evening.
Hi, everybody. How are you?
Fine.
Good, good.
Aye.
Hello.
Good evening. Can I ask for 3 minutes? My architect is having a little bit of trouble. I just need a couple of minutes to make sure he can get on. Is that all right?
Certainly.
Thank you.
Mhm.
Resolutions.
Oh, sure. Want to do that?
We have five.
Okay. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 resolutions to memorialize.
Okay,
The first was heard on May 11th, and that's case Z 22-101 in the matter of D. Brandon Smith. It was an application for a C variance. Present on May 11th was Chairman Jacobs, Commissioners Green, Shadid, Park, Coyle, Arroyo, and Silva. That passed 7 in favor, none opposed. All in favor of memorializing that?
aye,
Aye.
And the next 2 were heard on June 15th. Present on June 15th was Acting Chair Green, Commissioners Shadid, Arroyo, Silva, Patel, and Jeffrey Allen. And the first is Z 23-020. The applicant was a 429 Palisade Riverview LLC. It was an extension of a minor site plan approval with D variances for 429 Palisade Avenue. That was passed 6 in favor, none opposed. All in favor of memorializing that is,
Aye.
Aye.
and the next, same date, same 6 in favor, none opposed. Z 23-038, 290 7th Street Associates. That was an application for a 1-year extension. All in favor of memorializing that? As I said, that passed 6 in favor, none opposed.
Aye.
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 And the next 2 were heard on June 29th. They both were passed 7 in favor, none opposed. Present on June 29th was Acting Chair Coyle, Commissioners Green, Brown, Park, Donnelly, Arroyo, and Shadid. The first is case Z 21-082, Lafayette Luxury Home Developers Group LLC. It was a minor site plan approval with D and C variances for 75 Crescent Avenue. As I said, that passed 7 in favor, none opposed. All in favor of memorializing that?
aye,
Aye.
And the last is Z 22-029. Again, June 29th, again, same 7 commissioners, again, passed 7 in favor, none opposed. That was Warren Partners LLC, a preliminary and final major site plan approval with D and C variances for 275-279 Ocean Avenue. All in favor of memorializing that is,
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
and
Aye.
that concludes the resolutions. So now, Mr. Wine, are we ready for you?
We are ready. Sorry about that, everybody.
That's okay. So this is a continuation of a hearing.
It
You're
is.
taking testimony, your notices were already marked and approved, and I think the commissioners who were not present have already said that they've read the transcript. So we're ready for you.
Thank you, Council. And that was going to be my first question, to make sure we do have 7. It sounds like we do.
We
So,
do.
so I'll start by opening up and thanking the board for taking the time to hear us this evening. It's, as always, it's very good to see everybody. Just by way of a bit of background, reorient everybody, and then talk about some of the changes that we've made since we were last here in May, and then go through some additional testimony. I don't intend to keep the board here the entire evening, as the majority of the testimony is already on the record, but I certainly think that there's certainly new testimony that would be helpful for everybody to hear. But without further ado, again, bit of background. The property in question is 158 Oakland Avenue. That's block 5804, lot 29, and we are in the R1 zone. Again, for orientation purposes, the lot is located at the northeast corner of Oakland Avenue and Jefferson Avenue. And what we presented last month was our 4-story application for 9 units, inclusive of an affordable unit, and 4 parking spaces on the ground floor. What we've done in the interim is we've had the opportunity. There were a number of comments that came up at the last meeting from the public. And even though we had met with the public on a couple of different occasions, a couple of the particularly concerning comments that we had heard and we felt merited taking another stab at this and looking at it was specifically regarding the 4th story. And what we've been able to do in the interim is to walk back that 4th story into what is now very clearly a partial 4th story set towards both street frontages. And the reason we did that is because rather than your typical, what would be permitted on this property, 3 stories plus a 10-foot bulkhead, we elected to say from Jefferson Avenue and from Oakland Avenue, it's a nice street corner. And rather than having that visible, we wanted to tuck the bulkhead into the 4th story. So you have what looks like an active 4th story from the streetscape, which I think is nice, and hopefully you'll agree. And the bulkhead, instead of being located on top of that, is actually tucked behind it. So the bulkhead will be entirely invisible from the street frontages by virtue of the fact that it's almost now it's a walkout from that partial 4th story. And I think that that'll do several things. You'll see, you'll hear from our architect and our planner that, again, the goal here being to create a good visual streetscape while keeping in mind the height in question allows us to propose a project that instead of 3 stories plus 10-foot bulkhead is effectively the same overall height to the top of the point, but manages to tuck that behind and create kind of a nice active corner along Jefferson and Oakland. The other thing that we managed to do, we did hear concerns about the rooftop deck being located as well on top of that partial 4th floor, rather entire 4th floor that was there. So we were able, in walking this back a little bit, to again tuck that behind. So it's now on top of the 3rd floor, which is a lot more traditional as what you might see on a 3-story structure in the R1 zone. And again, you'll see that in detail. Furthermore, we also took the opportunity to prepare a comparison shadow analysis that we submitted and thought would be helpful, not just for the commissioners, not just for the public, but I'm glad that we did it for our own team as well, to be able to really look at the difference of, you know, what we'll call a 3-story plus a bulkhead versus our tucked away 4th story. And what you'll see as well, we found is there's little to no additional impact in tucking this bulkhead and deck behind our active 4th floor along the frontages. Just again, a little bit of a brief recap, and then I'll move straight into my professionals. But as we had indicated previously on the record, the site is 100% lot coverage already. What we're proposing doesn't change that, but does add a very substantial stormwater management system that will ultimately make this a better situation for the neighborhood. We are also proposing to retain that green roof element in areas of the roof. And again, even though we tweaked the roof in a lot of ways, we wanted to ensure that is still there. We are eliminating vast curb cuts that were along Oakland and Jefferson Avenues and creating only a single compliant curb cut along Jefferson, much further away from the intersection for safety reasons, and also generally to ensure that there's not a substantial amount of curb cut, as we know that that's something that this board and the city and the neighborhood doesn't ultimately want to see. It also frees up, well, it doesn't create more parking spaces because we are proposing a density here that is greater than what's on the property. It does, in effect, allow for approximately 2 more street parking spaces that don't exist today. That's something as well. Lastly, in terms of improvements to the site, of the 9 units we're proposing, even though we did reduce one of the units from a 3-bed, 2-bath to a 1-bed, 1-bath to be able to accommodate a much greater step back, we are still retaining our affordable unit that was previously proposed that we feel is a benefit to the neighborhood, will allow for somebody who might not be able to otherwise afford to live in this neighborhood to afford to live in this neighborhood, which is something obviously that we think is a benefit for the city. And lastly, really, we do feel that our unit mix that we've been able to remain proposing, along with the bedroom layout, the bedroom count, and the fact that we are sort of a transitional piece between the Laidlaw lofts and the more 1- and 2-family neighborhood behind us, we felt that what we came up with and what we'll show you this evening was able to accommodate the concerns that we heard from the neighbors in question, as well as some comments that we heard from the board. So with that, Madam Chair, I'm happy to move straight into my actual experts here this evening, but I wanted to give the board that background as I know it's been 2 months since I was last here.
Okay, let's move into the experts. Bridget, does anybody have to be sworn in or?
Yes. Who is your first witness?
So we have Avar Patel is the project engineer and Carolyn Worstel is the project planner. I believe they were both sworn last time, but we can get them sworn again.
One more time, Ben, you said Avar? Patel?
Yes,
Promoting
yes.
him? And Carolyn,
I do see him.
and who else? It was just Carolyn and Avar, or is there anyone else?
That's correct. Nope,
Okay.
that would be it. I do have our vendor is the entity, the representative of the applicant, but I don't intend to call him, so he can stay a panelist. I mean,
Okay.
an attendee.
And who are we taking first, Ben?
We're gonna go with Avard first.
And Albert, if you could raise your right hand to be sworn. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in this proceeding will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Okay, and just one moment, sorry. State and spell your full name for the record.
Avart, Aavart, Patel, Patel.
Thank you very much.
Okay. All right. So Avard, I know you gave the board your credentials last time. Madam Chair, I don't know if you want to hear them again, but I will just ask Mr. Patel, are you still a licensed architect in the state of New Jersey?
Yes, I am.
Okay, that's
All
fine.
right.
We accept that.
Okay,
Thank you.
perfect. All right. So Avart, what I would like you to do, if possible, I think what'll be helpful is if you can bring up an exhibit that you had prepared, and we'll have to get it marked. But I think really it will help us focus on what the revisions are and how significant they really are.
My screen share is disabled.
Try it one more time. I just gave you permission.
Sure, got it. Thank you very much. All right, can everyone see my screen?
Yes.
Got it. So Ben, you want me to do the comparison?
I think you can
Document
walk
first,
through
right?
on the plan. Yeah, right. I think this will be a helpful way to kind of orient the board to what we've done in the interim. And what we'll do, Avard, is I'll defer to council. I don't recall what exhibit we're up to, but I think we should get this marked as this particular exhibit was not previously submitted.
All right.
I don't
So-
have the exhibits in front of me unless Bridget has them. I don't know what we're up to.
So the previous document, we were up to,
No. Avard, that's your plan set. Specific exhibits. I can try to bring up the transcript 1 second.
Right.
Bridget, unless you have it handy.
You remember the date of it?
It was, yes, it would have been on May 11th. And I will try to grab it.
Or off the record. Or like May 11th?
Yes,
Shoot. I didn't do that, so I'd have to go into a different thing.
hold on, I'll
Everybody
grab it.
Francisco, maybe?
I'm pulling it up. I got it. 1 second. All right, so it looks like we entered exhibit 1 was the notice package. A2 was an elevation comparison. So I guess, Vinny, we'll mark this as A3 if that's okay with you.
Yes, correct.
Okay, perfect. All right, so Albert, go right ahead and walk us through what we're looking at and explain it to the board, please.
all right. So I'm just going to start at the 4th floor because, that's where most of the changes were made, 4th floor and the bulkhead. Unless if anyone has some questions, I can go back to the original document where and walk you through the floor plans from 1st floor to 3rd floor. So as you can see, there are 2 plans. The one on the left side, that is what we presented during the last meeting, and then on the one on the right side is the one we are presenting today. As you can see, we were able to reduce the 4th floor footprint We brought the rooftop amenity deck down to this level and eliminated at the bulkhead level. So the rooftop area is about 590 square feet. And there is a small private terrace for one of the unit. So in total, it comes out to be about 700 square feet on this level. The unit mix pretty much remained as is. The unit 4B you see here was reduced in size and the bedroom count. Originally, we had it proposed as a 3-bedroom unit, a much larger unit, as you can see here. And we made it a 1-bedroom unit and then gave the rest to the outdoor amenity rooftop. Now moving on to the next page, which shows the comparison between the previous bulkhead versus what we are proposing now. So as you can see, one on the left side, the rooftop amenity area was almost 800 square feet with a stair and the elevator encompassing a lobby for rooftop access. And then there were some equipment areas proposed.
Was some EFIS proposed, did you say?
Equipment.
HVAC condensers and other building mechanical equipment proposed on the rooftop. So as you can see on the proposed layout, we still have certain areas for HVAC equipment, which would be screened in, and then the rest of the roof area would be green roof area, and the access to the rooftop would be through a access hatch from one of the staircase, and then the area in the middle you see the rectangle, that is a elevator bulkhead sticking out, but that's going to go about 3 feet from the top of the roof, and that would be screened by the parapet at the roof level. When I go to the elevation view, we'll be able to see. So now I'm moving to the front elevation comparison. As you can see, the one on the left side is what we had during the last meeting, and you can see the bulkhead, which was a prominent bulkhead. At the top of the flat area was 10, and then the elevator overrun was another 4 feet. And as you can see on the right, that bulkhead was eliminated now that the elevator and the staircase doesn't go to the top of 4th floor, since there are no amenity areas located there. Overall, the elevation remained exactly as we proposed before, except the bulkhead. All the other decorative items and the facade is the same. This is the elevation comparison along the Jefferson Avenue. As you can see, the bulkhead was eliminated in this revised elevation. And you can see a little bit of overrun. This is the extent of the elevator overrun, which will be screened by the parapet. And then the other change you can see is the cutback we created over here. If everyone can see my cursor, so we pushed the 4th floor away from the neighboring properties, and so we were able to, create a 3-story mass here. And then the 4-story mass is away from the neighboring property. So other than that, the overall elevation treatment remains same. And these are the comparison of the other rear and the side elevation along the neighboring properties. What we had before, and this is what we have now. As you can see, the bulkhead is gone.
And Alvar, just because we're looking at that sheet, I think it's helpful. So I'm looking at the north elevation, where instead of a bulkhead, we still obviously have to have access up there to the top of the 3rd level. So that is completely interior now to that 4th floor. Is that correct?
Correct. So the staircase is somewhere here. and it always been there. But since it's not going to the top of the fourth floor, it would be screened in behind this decorative mansard type element at the fourth floor.
Okay. All right. And in terms of the other improvements that you spoke to when we were here 2 months ago regarding the stormwater management infrastructure, that hasn't changed, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And regarding, again, the curb cuts, the parking, the number of parking spaces, none of that has changed either. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And in terms of the one bedroom, well, the 2 units that are on the top floor, I think you alluded to it. One of them that was shrunk substantially to create this more, this enclosed partial fourth floor, that's been reduced by from a 3-bedroom to a 1-bedroom.
That is correct.
Okay. All right. So, Madam Chair, that was really what I wanted Mr. Patel to go through. Again, we can certainly go through everything else that's on the plans, although that is on the record already. And I'm happy to not, take up more of your time if you wouldn't like it.
Okay. Do you have anyone else to present, or that's the only person you brought was Avar?
Yeah. So Carolyn Worstel is our project planner, and she's going to present as well.
Okay.
Okay. Do you want to ask questions now or hold off until?
Let's hold off.
Okay.
Until we're done.
Sure. All right. So with that, I do see Carolyn's here. So Carolyn, I guess Bridget's going to get you sworn in again as well.
Hello. Hi. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in this proceeding will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Please state and spell your name for the record.
Sure. It's Carolyn Worstel, Carolyn, Worstel, Worstell.
Thank you.
And my license is still in good standing for this evening.
That's what I was going to ask you. So Madam Chair, I submit Ms. Worstel as still an expert in the field of professional planning. All right. Thank you. So Carolyn, I mean, you've obviously been heavily involved in this project since its inception, since what it looked like back on day one, which is, the board hasn't even had an opportunity to see because we had the opportunity to meet with the community on several occasions, take another stab at all of that. But specifically regarding the changes that we've made, between last hearing and this hearing, you did give good testimony with respect to the variances that we were seeking. I think it would be helpful if you can briefly reiterate your justifications. Again, it is all on the record, but just briefly reiterate and then walk through how the changes that we've made, even though you felt the prior project was certainly justifiable, how these changes can even further take into consideration some of the comments that we heard at the last board meeting. And then further as well, I think you have an exhibit, that shadow study, to also, orient the board to ultimately what this will look like practically from a negative criteria area, so to speak.
Sure. I'd be happy to. So again, as I said, I'm not going to restate my entire testimony, but I still believe that this is a very appropriate use for this location. It is an oversized lot. It's 50 feet wide, and it is oversized in terms of lot area. But this is a lot that is not really appropriate for a 1 and 2 family. It's oversized, but you could never really subdivide this to create 2 conforming lots. It's too shallow. So, I think it really is here a better planning alternative to allow for a multifamily use at this location, because it provides that transitional density and use and height and structure and bulk compared with what's going on the corners around it at that intersection. We do have the Laidlaw Lofts, which are across the street. Those are 6 stories, multifamily. There are also some mixed uses at this intersection. Across the street is a mixed use building with ground floor commercial. And there are other 3.5 to 4-story buildings throughout this neighborhood interspersed. So there is, a history in this neighborhood of multifamily uses, of some taller buildings. And so we think that this is an appropriate transitional development at this corner location. In terms of the height, obviously we've spent the last several months sort of making some changes to the plans and really trying to redesign to address some of those neighbors' concerns and really make the plan better. And I think that we've achieved that, and really a lot of it, we've managed to eliminate that bulkhead. And in doing so, we've actually eliminated the need for one of the variances that we had previously requested, which was for the height for the bulkhead. Previously, we had needed a variance for the height of the elevator bulkhead, which has just been shown to you, we no longer require because we're no longer accessing that upper roof for outdoor space. So we no longer need that elevator and those stairs to go to the roof. So that has been something that I think is a benefit here and a positive, is that with this redesign, we've eliminated the need for that variance while still providing for outdoor space for the tenants. And it really sort of helps create, it eliminates that additional bulk on the top of the building, which was a major concern for the neighbors who really sort of called this an extra fifth story. And it doesn't meet that under, the definitions of the code, but that's sort of the concern. And what we were hearing was that they felt that this was like an extra story on top. So we've been able to eliminate that. And additionally, we've increased those setbacks and for that rear yard for that fourth story. So it's really been pushed further back from that rear of the lot. And in doing so, we've been able to really, again, reduce some of the concerns and some of the impacts the neighbors were concerned about with relating to shadows, as well as relating to privacy. There's no longer the building, pushing out into those spaces. So you're not having the building imposing on that space, and you're not having people on the roof who are a fourth story, a higher story, looking out over those rear yards. But we were able to, during this time, to create a sort of look at a shadow comparison to really see what the impacts of the reduction of that fourth floor would be. And I'd like to share it with you. I'm not sure if this was submitted, Ben. Was it submitted? I know
Yeah, I believe it was.
Both a revised shadow study, but this was a comparison as well.
Right. Let's just, out of an abundance of caution, we'll have it marked. And I guess we'll call it A4 as you bring that up.
Okay. So this is the shadow comparison shadow massing comparison analysis that we prepared. So you can see here, we have our proposed building is right here. And this is showing you essentially what it would look like if it was that third story. We only had the 3 stories and then a bulkhead. So if we were to remove just the fourth story and keep pretty much everything else about the site the same, we ran the analysis. So the shadows you see in green, that is shadows cast by the proposed structure as it is proposed this evening. So that's eliminating the bulkhead on top of the fourth floor, and moving it, pushing it back, giving it that extra 10 feet of setback from the rear. So as you can see, we've got the blue is what you would get from a 3-story building. So again, the shadow impacts are lessened, but it's still, there's still significant shadow impacts from a 3-story building, on the streets around the building. But when you go to the rear, you can really see how the proposed setbacks have really made an impact. You can see here in March, you really see no additional impact from that proposed fourth story on the neighbors. You just got the blue line, which is what you would get from a 3-story building. So you're not getting really any additional impacts until you get a little bit here on the roof, but you're not really getting any substantive impacts into that rear donut hole of the block. So that's in March. Again, in June, you're not really seeing a significant impact. We're still seeing mostly the blue, which you get from that 3-story building. So again, in June, there's really no significant, or there's no impact from that fourth story. You would have the same shadows with a 3-story building. And then again, in December, we're seeing, there's a minor addition with that shadow here, but it's on a rooftop. It's not impacting that rear yard area. So we really do think that with this change, that there really is no substantial detriment in terms of light and air from that additional height due to the increased setbacks of that floor.
And Carolyn, I imagine that part of that is as a result of our property being shallow, we don't really have access to that
Exactly,
Not
and
Hoboken, I'm
that,
sorry,
and
that
that
donut.
really, yes, and that's really part of it too, is we sort of have somewhat of a unique situation with this lot. In that we have,
Hold on, Carolyn, Bridget is
Is
waving
nobody
at us.
hearing me? Can you not hear me?
Now we can.
hear you. Yeah,
Yeah, you're talking over one another and I can't get that. So let's go back. And Carolyn, I imagine that part of that is as a result of our property being shallow. We don't really have access to that. Can you pick up from there and please watch stepping over one another for a clean record? Thank you.
Sure. Sorry,
Um,
Bridget, my apologies.
Sure.
Resulting, I think the last word was donut. We, being a shallow lot, we don't have that typical donut rear yard area, as we're up against, basically walls to our, on either side of us. Is that correct?
that's correct, yes. And I will just sort of go through again, we had proposed setbacks. It was brought to our attention that the setback on Oakland does not match the adjacent property. And the standard in the R1, we are asking for a use variance. All of our bulk variance requests are subsumed within that use variance. But on Oakland, it was brought to our attention, we are not matching the adjacent setback on Oakland. And I just wanted to address that. The requirement is that you match the adjacent property as long as it's consistent with the predominant setback on a block. So along Oakland, there are only 3 properties on this block frontage that front on Oakland. Our property, and then there's 2 properties to the north of us. Each property has different setbacks. So there really is no predominant setback for this block frontage on Oakland. We are proposing a 0-foot setback, which matches what is there existing today. And we believe that sort of helps to create that sort of strong corner and sort of establish the corner. But I would like to also note that existing as it exists today, there are fences that are at the front of this property and along also on Jefferson. And those fences are going to be removed. They actually extend into the public right of way. So by the removal of those fences as part of this project, we're actually going to create a more open sidewalk because we're essentially giving back space to the public realm.
Carolyn, can I ask you, do you have any photographs that you could be putting up for us to look at as you're talking about this?
Yeah, let me see if there were any in the site plan here. Share screen. Okay, so you can see that this was in the site plan. And you can see it in these photos here. Oh, I'm sorry. Come on. Darn it. We're just here. Okay. All right. Can you see these?
Yes.
Okay. So you see there's this big black fence here, and then there's this gray fence here. And then this frontage, there is a chain link fence again, and there's, I think it's like HVAC equipment or something there. That's all in the public right of way, and you can clearly see that as well on the survey here.
And Carolyn, just to confirm, you're referencing the plans that were submitted to the board. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay.
So you can see there is a metal fence indicated here on the survey, chain link fence here. So those fences are in the public right of way. They are proposed to be removed. So that will actually open up the sidewalk, where today it feels much narrower. But it also makes it feel like this sticks out. And I believe that the lot next to us has, it makes it feel that this building here has a deeper setback or more of a setback than it actually has. So it's sort of somewhat misleading as to what the setbacks are on this block. They really aren't substantial, because about half of it, is actually a fence that's actually part of the right of way. What appears to be that setback. So you know, we are asking for, I guess we would be asking for a variance from the technical definition. But it would be subsumed overall within that use variance for that front yard setback. You know, we believe that our side yard setbacks are conforming. I think we discussed that at the last meeting. You know, we are providing the required 3-foot setback along this property line. And then on Jefferson, where the adjacent building is at the lot line, we are proposing to match that, which is again permitted by the zoning ordinance for side yard setbacks.
Carolyn, maybe just, if it's okay, just slide down to the next sheet
Yeah.
as you're talking, because I think that will frame it.
Let's see.
Right.
Yes, here. So you can see this right here is our setback from the lot line that is conforming. And then again, we're meeting the adjacent building wall here at the lot line on Jefferson. So those are conforming side yard setbacks. And we had previously discussed the need for that rear yard setback variance from the rear lot corner. And again, we feel that it's appropriate that the development that we've proposed here, given the shallow character of this lot, and the fact that the building next to us, to the south of us, it goes deeper than our building. So we're really isolated from that characteristic donut hole of the block. So we really feel that, you know, it's not a substantial detriment that we have, we're not providing that rear yard setback given the unique characteristics and the shape of this lot.
Okay, and Carolyn, just while you're on there, I know it was testified to previously, but do you know how many trees are going to be proposed? 3 trees here.
Yeah, I believe we have an existing tree that is proposed to be remain, and we're proposing 2 new street trees, one on Jefferson and one on Oakland. Although I would like to double check it, Ben. I know that there had been some discussion at the last hearing that we may have to remove. This was a bioswale that may have to be removed, and we might have proposed to put in another street tree there, if I remember correctly.
I believe that's correct. Engineering has asked us to remove the bioswale, just for the board's record, and replace it with permeable pavers, which would allow us to add a 3rd tree over there as well along Jefferson. And we'll of course comply with that.
And so, you know, just to sort of finish up my testimony, you know, I think overall this project provides a lot of benefits. You know, we have the on-site stormwater management where it's an existing 100% lot coverage, so it's a significant improvement over the existing conditions. We are providing, you know, permeable pavers in the driveway and along the street frontage. So again, we're removing impermeable surfaces in the public right of way. We're adding the street trees back to the street where there are none today. We are providing, we're eliminating the curb cuts on Jefferson, and we're eliminating them at Oakland and reducing them on Jefferson. So we're, you know, creating a safer pedestrian realm, and we're also adding back on-street parking. So I think there's some very significant substantive benefits to this overall project. You know, I think it still advances the purposes of the municipal land use law, just as it did previously, consistent with purpose A, you know, and purpose E. We're providing an appropriate use and population density here at this site. You know, it's a 9-unit residential building with an affordable unit. We are providing securing from safety, fire, and flood with a new building that meets modern building code. It's providing on-site stormwater management. We think with the new setbacks, we're really providing the latent air with that increased setback on the 4th floor, consistent with purpose C. And it's in a more desirable visual environment consistent with purpose I. With the improvements to the street frontage, you know, we're removing those surface parking areas. We're removing the fences that are in the public right of way. So we believe that this is really a better visual environment than existed. Again, I don't think this is a substantial detriment to the public good. You know, the proposed project will not result in additional shadow impact to adjacent properties. to the rear or to the interior of the block compared with a 3-story building. You know, we're providing that affordable unit, which promotes the public good. We're providing 4 off-street parking spaces, as well as with the curb cuts, we're going to be able to create about 2 new additional on-street parking spaces. The stormwater management and green roof will reduce the stormwater impacts compared to the existing 100% impervious coverage. We've got the new street improvements, including the new trees, the permeable pavers, the removal of the fencing. So those are all some benefits to the public realm. And I don't think this results in a substantial detriment or a substantial impairment to the intent and purpose of the master plan or zoning ordinance. The purpose of the I-1 district is to encourage compatible infill development, to preserve the integrity of residential neighborhoods and reflect historical development patterns. And I think this project does accomplish those. You know, we are proposing multifamily unit building, yes. But there are other multifamily buildings in the area, including directly across the street. You know, corner locations have historically been more appropriate for taller height, greater densities. The proposed height is really not inconsistent with what you have what you can see in the neighborhood. There are 3.5 and 4-story buildings on Jefferson. There's 4-story buildings on Oakland. There's obviously the 6-story building across the street. So the development pattern, the bulk being proposed here is not inconsistent with that development pattern that you do see throughout the neighborhood. And it advances the city's 2021 master plan. It creates up opportunity for housing options and enhances the public realm. And I think that overall, this project really meets both the positive and the negative criteria, and that with the addition of the with the changes that are being made, we're only making positive improvements with this project. So I think that we can meet those criteria.
Thanks, Kellen. And I just had really one follow-up question as it pertains especially to the change. I know you walked us through the site suitability test and the Grasso test and everything at the last hearing, so we don't need to do that again. But regarding, you know, this partial 4th floor that envelops the bulkhead and keeps it internal, I think you touched on, you know, purpose I and creating a better aesthetic. But if you can elaborate a little bit more on how that approach on a unique property at a corner that serves, as we said, as a transitional piece between several different uses and different heights and different projects, how that particularly is justified by the relief that we're seeking.
Okay, Ben, we broke up at the end there, but so purpose I think is what you wanted us to look at, which is really talking about promoting a more desirable visual environment. You know, and obviously what is there today is it's a little tired, and it has surrounded by a parking lot. You know, there's parking on the Oakland side. There is a, you know, very large curb cut and parking garage on Jefferson. So I think that with this overall development, we are eliminating some of those visual nuisances per se, and creating a more consistent building environment, you know, where we've got consistent side yard setbacks, so we're not getting that gap between the buildings. We're sort of creating the height at the corner, which again, I think creates a nice visual transition as you drive up Oakland going north. You've got 6 stories to the 4, and then down to the, you know, 2.5, 3 stories that is common, with interspersed with 3 to 4 stories. And again, going south, you've got the 4 going up to the 6. So I think that it provides that transition. You know, I think the design where we have created sort of that mansard roof is consistent. There are other buildings on Jefferson that have that sort of mansard style roof that envelops their upper floor. And then just with the change of eliminating the bulkhead, I think we're eliminating that what the neighbors considered, were concerned would be almost like a fifth floor. Visually to them was a fifth floor. So we've been able to remove that and create it and push it into that fourth story, which I think really sort of addresses some of those major concerns.
Okay, thank you. All right, so Madam Chair, I have nothing further for Ms. Worstel at this point, assuming you had no further questions about her prior testimony from the record.
I have the further questions unless, but I think what we want to do is hear from the public first before we open it up to any questions from the commissioners.
Sure,
So-
and Madam Chair, the only thing I would do as well is just ask if I can reserve the right to sum up or answer any questions that come from the public as well.
Yes,
Thank you.
that'll be fine. Francisco, do we have anyone out there in the public that has questions for us?
Yes, I do see several hands. I will be promoting the first hand. There
Okay.
are no names attached to it, so I'm just going to be promoting. And please, for those who are attendees and you're being promoted, please wait until you are sworn in to start your testimony. Thank you.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, would you raise your right hand to be sworn?
Yes, hi.
I do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in this proceeding will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Please state your full name for the record
My name is Kenneth McLeod.
and spell that, please.
Kenneth, and last name is Macleod.
Thank you.
Do I have the ability to share a screen?
Francisco?
Francisco,
You
Madam
should,
Chair,
Can I share my screen? I'd just like to show something. Is that okay?
yeah, you can start.
but,
Okay.
Madam Chair, 1 second, please. Can I be the timekeeper, please?
Yes, please.
Thank you.
So here's my screen. Can you all see it?
yes,
Yes.
So this is what Carolyn has done. This is what I've done. I think the issue we're all having in the neighborhood is she keeps saying that you listen to the neighbors. We've been really adamant about not having 4 floors, so we don't feel as though you've been listening. Secondly, we were very adamant about the finish of the building last time, but not fitting into the neighborhood, and it's the exact same finish. The thing what I did just now loses the whole 4th floor. And I think if you change the finish, I think you might have a better chance selling it. But I think this is what I would think most people in the neighborhood want as far as height goes, and not the other one that you guys are proposing. But I will have to say, as a resident of the neighborhood, I don't feel as though you've listened to us at all, our concerns. And that's it. So I just wanted to show this. I don't know if you guys want to take a screenshot of it or have it for your records, you're more than welcome to.
thank you.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thanks. Bye.
Bye.
Madam Chair, did you want us to respond individually or just hear things? I'll write them down and we can respond.
And we'll ask our questions afterwards, yes, and respond afterwards.
Okay, perfect.
Promoting the next attendee. Okay, the attendee declined, so I'll come back to them. Promoting the next person.
Hello, would you raise your right hand to be sworn? Do you swear or affirm the testimony we're about to give in this proceeding will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
You're on mute, sir.
You're on mute.
He's frozen.
Hear you.
You're on mute and you appear to be frozen.
Did he go to the,
You're on mute.
You're still on mute.
We can't hear you.
Sorry about that. It went back and forth. I do swear that I'm going to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
What is your name, sir?
Anthony Harrington,
And your address?
74 Jefferson Avenue.
You did give comment last meeting. Are you trying to, are you going to comment on what you heard tonight? You don't have to reiterate what you said last time.
Correct. Yeah, there's just some additional information that I thought would be good,
Mhm.
if you don't mind.
No, I don't mind. Go right ahead.
Okay, great. So I just wanted to say that we have, in the interim, we've gathered over 150 signatures. I wasn't allowed to submit these to zoning, but I was told I should hold up the pages from residents around the neighborhood who are
That's
opposed
not-
to this project.
That's not permissible, sir.
I know it. That's why I said I was told to just show them in front of the camera.
Okay.
I think we're just concerned about the general overdevelopment in the R1 district, specifically along Oakland Avenue. There's a lot of talk about Oakland being a thoroughfare, but it's really only 10 blocks long. And it doesn't have the same kind of commercial traffic that Central Avenue does, or Baldwin or Palisades. So the density feels rather intense. I also wanted to point out that again, per 3440 of the Code of Jersey City, the R1 districts are described as 1 and 2 family housing districts. The purpose of the district is to accommodate existing housing and to encourage compatible infill development with 1 and 2 family homes to preserve the streetscape, utilize on-street parking where the frontages are narrow, and to maintain the low-rise character of the area. We moved to this neighborhood for that reason. Again, the building is proposing a 92% lot coverage where 60% is allowed as of right. We also wanted to point out that the maximum height is 35 feet and this new version is still 42 feet. And then 46 feet to the top of the mansard roof with an additional amount to the top of the turret. So it's quite a bit larger than what is allowed. We also wanted to point out that in the new zoning for section 345-41E, the target density for R1 districts will be 42 units per acre, which is the average for the existing block that we're on, which would allow 4 units in this particular case. So I just want to share that with the board again. As
1 minute
the
ago.
secretary of the Sergeant Anthony Park Neighborhood Association, we've generally discussed this project and are not for the project as proposed. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
sir.
Promoting the next individual. Oh, they have declined to be promoted, so I will be lowering their hand. Promoting Brian.
Mute. You see me?
No,
No,
No, why does it do that? Now? Start video. There you go. Good?
great.
Oh. You're gone again.
Good? No? You hit
No.
something. No, this is.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in this proceeding will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, it will.
Thank you. Please state and spell your full name for the record.
Brian Consley, 65 Waverly Street, Jersey City, New Jersey.
Spell your last name.
Oh, sorry. Conslya.
Thank you.
so Mr. Consolé, again, you gave comment at the last hearing and that's of record. We have,
Okay.
that. So you want to
So-
supplement that with what you heard this? evening?
Yes, I just want to put new stuff. So
Mhm.
we did meet with the board, on a Zoom meeting with the project, and he did none of our suggestions. I just wanted to let you know that. The other thing I want to say is that everything they're citing is not in Sergeant Anthony's district, and that's where the issue comes in. It's in Persian Field. We're our Sergeant Anthony. The only two lots that we found are 41-43 Prospect, which is 50 by 100, and 51- 53 Prospect, which is also 50 by 100, and they're both four apartment buildings. There's no need to put this giant monstrosity on the corner of Oakland and Jefferson. There's no reason to have 9 apartments there. It should be 4, like the rest of the ones in Sergeant Anthony's district.
Okay.
And the other lots are much larger. Just as we said before, we took a petition, we went around, all the neighbors, all the neighbors at every block, nobody wants this project as big as it is. That's all I have to say.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Promoting Paul Amatuzo.
Hi, Paul. Would you raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in this proceeding will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
And just state and spell your name for the record.
Paul Amatuzo.
Thank you.
So, Mr. Amatuzo, again, I'll tell you, like I told the other people who were testifying this evening, we do have your comments from the last hearing. It's of record. Do you want to supplement what you said last time with what you heard this evening?
I just want to bring something to the board's attention that I did not speak of at the last meeting. PFNA, I'd say 80% of us support this project because we feel it's an improvement to the site. And I want to bring to the attention that this board, not personally all of you who are on here now, but did approve 163 Oakland Avenue, which is in the middle of the block across the street from 158. It's 4 stories with a additional bulkhead, and it's 8 units, and it sits in the middle of the block where this building, and it interrupts the paradigm of the donut for the interior of that street. This building on the corner does not interfere with anyone's yard space at all. And Persian Field Neighborhood Association supports smart and good development. We don't see this as an overzealous project. We'd rather see one really nice building than what would be allowed, which would be 2 potential Bayonne boxes with up to 3 units in each one with no parking. And the additional 4th story equates to a 3-story building with an unsightly bulkhead sitting on the roof. This 4th story is at least complementary to the building without seeing an additional nondescript, object up on the roof. And that's all I have to say. Thank you very much for your time and for all that you do.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Promoting Lindsay.
Hi, raise your right hand to be sworn. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in this proceeding will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Please state and spell your full name for the record.
Lindsay Maliepel. Sorry, there's a 2-year-old with me. Maliekel. Hi. So I'm just calling in. I live right on the line between Pershing and Sergeant Anthony. And I'm concerned about the continual variances that are handed out in the R1 district. It's not why we moved here. And I don't think it bugs me that I have to keep coming on here and saying it's such a huge difference between what it is that we moved here for. And if they wanted to build these kind of buildings, then I don't understand why they're not going where the zoning allows it, which is Central and Palisade. So I'm annoyed that we have to keep coming. That's it. Thank you so much for all the work you do.
Thank you.
Promoting Sinan, and I did see Brian's hand, but Brian, if you're listening, each individual attendee is only given 3 minutes, and it's only one time, unfortunately.
Hi, would you raise your right hand to be sworn? Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in this proceeding will be the truth, the whole truth, and not the truth?
Yes, I swear.
And please state and spell your full name.
Sinan Güven, Sinan, first name, last name Guven.
Thank you.
Mr. Guven, again, before you give your comments, we do have your comments from the last hearing, and it's of record, it remains of record. If you want to just supplement that from what you heard this evening, that'll be fine, but you don't have to reiterate what you said the last time.
Sure. Thank you for reminding that, esteemed members of the board. Thank you for allowing me to voice my concerns. Some of my previous, concerns, I'm not going to go into it, but I didn't feel that they were addressed. I also want to add that this being a precedent and, impeding on some of our properties, I think this will open precedent for us to develop further our properties. I have 10 foot in front of my property and about 30 foot behind me. I think I can utilize that space to add multiple units to my property instead of seeing it as a place that I will live. This changing the character of the neighborhood. It's more than a place of living where I can raise my kids or live there. It will be more of a generating rent and just income. I think it's just like the character of the neighborhood is turning with this property into maximizing the bedrooms, maximizing the units, no green space, but more generating rent. And in that case, it sets a precedent for us if it's approved, and we will entertain the same. And I think it's unfortunate and sad for our neighborhood, but this keeps the meeting. We feel like as neighbors trying to make arguments against expensively paid consultants and lawyers. Obviously, I don't think we're resonating because we make time from our family and join these meetings, but we don't see that any substantial change is done. Generally, minute changes are dressed up as if really they're making a change to the previous concerns, but we do not see it that way. Thank you very much for hearing me.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Promoting 72 Jefferson.
Hi, could you raise your right hand to be sworn? Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in this proceeding will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you. Please state and spell your full name.
Harshal Shah. My first name's Harshal, last name Shah, Shah.
Thank you.
So, Mr. Shah, again, as I told the previous public who testified, your testimony from the last hearing is on the record. It remains on the record. Everybody knows what you said. So do you want to supplement that from what you heard this evening? That's fine, but you don't have to reiterate what you said the last time.
Correct.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I would like to add some few comments on this, but thank you all for hearing me out. I think to sum it all up, I think what Ken did in Photoshop, I think that kind of adheres to what the neighborhood wants. So I totally agree with that. But I also think that all the benefits that Caroline mentioned, that can also be achieved in a 3-story building. All of the things that, we're getting extra path, we're getting some greeneries around the corner, we're adding more parking spaces. I think all of that is great, but all of that could also be achieved with a 3-story building. As far as the shadow analysis goes, we are in 72 Jefferson, and I speak on behalf of myself and also the 4 units that are in that building. We are one building over from the backside of the 158 Oakland. And the view of the analysis obviously doesn't really cast a shadow. We can't really see what type of shadow is being casted on our building from that angle. So I would at least help. I would consider having an impact on how it being impacts on 72 Jefferson. I also think that we get to see some sunlight, some skies and whatnot. I moved to Jersey City to see some skies, but having a 4-story, I think I think it'd be taking away from our view and giving it to the units in 158 Oakland Avenue. And I think just the last remarks is I think living in Jersey City is pretty great, but I think the new norm of 4 stories will become it will become the new norm if this will get approved. And I think 163 is just becoming as an excuse of building taller and taller building. But I think that's about it. Thank you all for listening.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Promoting Kimberly K. And there's one more hand raised.
All right, raise your right hand to be sworn, please. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in this proceeding will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Please spell your full name.
First name is Kimberly, Kimberly. Last name is Kachugian, Kachougian.
Thank you. Okay.
Okay. Sorry about that. So I've been on these meetings the last 4 or 5 times, or I think 4 or 5 times we've been on them, and I've not made any comments because I just agreed with what everyone else was saying. And I feel like we are not being heard as residents. We're saying every time and time again, no, we just want it to be 3 floors. We don't want to allow the extra variance for the full extra floor. And I think Ken's design really shows that. We are happy with that. If you want to just go with the 3 floors, however many apartments you're going to put on that, you know, in 3 levels, then that's up to you, but I think the height is the big issue with everyone in the neighborhood. And I think having these big conglomerate extra size buildings creates a different kind of neighborhood. Right now, what I like about the neighborhood is that I see kids playing on their own and they go out and about and everybody knows who's in the neighborhood. We all see each other on the block and everybody looks out for each other. And I feel like bringing another giant building like Laidlaw Lofts into that area is just going to create another transient type of customer rental kind of situation, and that it's going to take away from our neighborhood the way that it is right now. I do not oppose having new buildings, and I'm not opposed to nice new, architecture and things like that. But I do feel like you're not hearing us, that we're saying this height is the biggest issue for everybody. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Promoting Norris, and in that time we did receive several other hands. Please, people who are in the attendees, if you wish to make public comment, raise your hand at this time so I know. Thank you.
All right, could you raise your right hand to be sworn? Your right hand.
Sorry.
Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in this proceeding will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you. And spell your full name.
Norrice, Norrice, Raymaker, Raymaker.
Thank you.
Oh, so I wanted to bring to the attention of the zoning board that the US density across the United States, it's 94 people per mile. In Jersey City, we have 1,300 people per mile existing for density. So you can see New Jersey is the most densely populated state in the United States. I think that 1,300 people per square mile is the New Jersey figure. But that's all of New Jersey.
Hudson County is the most densely populated county in the most densely populated state in the entire United States. And Jersey City is the largest town in the most densely populated county in the United States. So to say that we need more density, I don't agree with the fact with people who say that we need more density. We have lost 3 Second Empire mansions on Palisade Avenue in the last 3 years to tear downs because developers are buying them and tearing them down. And housing is no longer a home, it's an investment, right? It's not a place where you live, where you bring up your children, where you engage in the community. It's a place where you can make the most amount of money the quickest. And that's, because of policies where people couldn't earn any interest. And that's how they make money now. They invest in housing, right? So the Laidlaw Lofts, before it turned into condominiums, it was a factory. That was a laundry for Christ Hospital. It was never intended to be housing for people. It was, a laundry. And I think that in Jersey City, we need to build to suit the lot and not change the lot to suit an oversized building and give it 10 variances so that some developers can maximize the amount of money. And that's all I have to say. The Heights is a community. It's a family-oriented community. It's 1 and 2 family residential housing. And that's the way I wish the board would keep it. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Voting Hillary.
No.
Hello, could you raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm the testimony you are about to give in this proceeding will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes,
Thank you. Please spell your full name.
sure. It's Hillary, Hilary, and my last name is Paget, Padget.
Thank you.
Ms. Paget, again, you testified at the last hearing, and again, we have your testimony on record, and the commissioners are familiar with that. So if you want to add to that, that's fine, especially with what you heard this evening. You may have some additional comments, and that's what we're here to hear.
Sure. Yeah, and I'm actually happy you have it on record, so I don't have to say it like an auctioneer again. So I just had a couple comments. It kind of echoes what everyone else has been saying. The neighborhood would really like this to be lower. And also as an architect, I didn't really get to talk about the design much last time. I would have preferred the team had referenced the existing building's history a little bit. It's a perfectly good building. It's been covered up with crummy siding, like a lot of buildings around here have. But it used to be a store and loft building with its own character. And I would have much preferred they'd referenced the actual building that they're about to tear down instead of picking and choosing disparate design elements from other places and creating kind of a faux history. The affordable unit comment I have is that, this building previously was housing 2 tenants in it and was essentially an affordable housing project. They had affordable rents before this developer bought this property. I would love to see at least 2 affordable units go back to replace what's being lost instead of replacing it with just 1. My previous comments about density still stand. I still think it's too dense for this neighborhood. I'm thinking about long-term, about future development applications in R1, and putting a building of this size, minimal setbacks, et cetera, on a corner lot on Oakland is going to set a negative precedent for this avenue. And even though it says avenue in the name, it doesn't really function like an avenue, like Central Avenue does, or like Palisade Avenue does.
1 minute
Yeah.
ago.
So essentially, I think it could be passed with some variances, but not all of them. And I would just like it to be a more reasonable proposal. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Promoting Kritika Gupta.
Hi, would you raise your right hand to be sworn? Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in this proceeding will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you. Spell your name for the record.
Kritika Gupta, Kreetika, Gupta, Gupta.
Thank you.
Ms. Gupta, again, I'll remind you that you testified the last time. We have your comments on the record. The board is familiar with them because they reviewed them before this hearing, but you're welcome to give further comment as to what you heard this evening. Okay,
Perfect. I wanted to only make 2 points and then walk away from it. Carolyn mentioned that the space is isn't suitable for 2 families, family home, but it is, but I'm confused how it's reasonable to put 8 to 9 condos in that space. On top of it, I would ask the commissioners on this board to critically look at that shadow study. I would actively look at the impact from before and after, and even in the impact in June, facing the 72 Jefferson Avenue. And that's it.
okay, thank you very much.
And lastly, promoting Pam.
Hi, please raise your right hand to be sworn. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in this proceeding will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Please spell your full name.
Pam, last name is Andes, Andes.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Yes, I'm Pam Andes. I'm council aide to Councilman Rich Bergiano's office for just letting you know, on behalf of the councilman, he received a petition and several calls for the past month against the height, specifically the height of this development. And also there had been some confusion as to which community or neighborhood association this development belongs to. The developer had met with Pershing Field Neighborhood Association, and I thank the developer for doing that. But unfortunately, the neighborhood association is Sergeant Anthony Park Neighborhood Association. So we had requested that they meet with that proper neighborhood association. Pershing Field also admitted that the property does belong in Sergeant Anthony Park Association. So that's number one. Number two, the immediate neighbors. Now we're asking for variances. What really matters is how does it affect the immediate neighbors? The height affects the neighbor who has solar panels. So I'm hoping that Cameron Black, Cameron Black and Tanya Marione got the petition from the councilman, and I hope the commissioners will, take that into consideration, that the height has been an issue with the immediate neighbor, and that another community meeting should really happen with Sergeant Anthony Park Association. So those are the two main things, but that we would like the commissioners to consider. There are many things that go along with this. I would just point out, if you read the newspaper, a lot of residents from Highland Avenue, Glenwood Avenue, Lincoln Park North, everyone is starting to say, hey, development is good, but let's not rush. Let's be very careful on what fits in and is a complement to the neighborhood. Let's not make enemies with each other. So the councilman wants to please ask the commissioners to put all those into consideration. I would like to thank, the developer for reaching out to Pershing Field and Neighborhood Association. I just hope that they would consider again going to Sergeant Anthony Park Association. So that's it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Francisco, is that the last speaker? We have no one else in the community.
That concludes the hands that are raised.
So we'll close the public portion and let's see if we have some questions from the commissioners.
And then, Madam Chair,
Yeah,
want
I'd
me to-
like to hear what Mr. Wine has to say.
Sorry, right, you want to give a rebuttal.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, it's and to be clear, I know that's real legal lingo. It's not so much a rebuttal, in a sense of it's a little bit of a response. And what I'd like to do, I certainly do want to hear from the commissioners. I would like to hear from staff, but before I do that, I definitely want to address a couple of the comments that came out that somewhat paint this a little bit differently, and I think it's important to put on the record. I had a couple of phone calls after the last meeting with Mr. Warshaw of Sergeant Anthony. We had a couple of phone conversations. He asked me to reach out by email so he could set something up. So I did follow up and I did do that and set it up. In fact, I copied Mr. Amatuzzo from Pershing Field on there, suggesting that we could have a collaborative meeting. There was no response from Sergeant Anthony. And, so to hear, not that I am opposed to working with neighbors. We started this project by working with neighbors. We continued the project, having several meetings. They were invited to meetings. They were reached out to directly and simply, ignored that call, so to speak, as an association. So I think that, to say that we did not make that attempt is just a little bit untrue. And I don't fault the neighbors or the individuals for suggesting that, because they wouldn't have known. I did not email every neighbor, of course, but that's something that we did do. We did take that further initiative once it was brought to our attention after the May meeting, and it was crickets. So to that end, I mean, while neighborhood associations are important, while we have spent almost 2 years on this project trying to get there, at the end of the day, it has to be a two-sided effort, and it has to be something that the board makes a decision based on positive and negative criteria. And at the end of the day, if the members of the public who wish to be part of a meeting did not follow up on that, I just don't think a property owner should have that held against them. So I do just want to put that out there. But again, of course, as I said at the first meeting, as I'll say again, there was never an attempt not to have any reaching out. Pershing Field, to a little bit rebut, I guess, what Miss Andes had said regarding Pershing Field admitting this was not their jurisdiction. That's not my recollection. In fact, it was more of an admission of this as an overlap jurisdiction between Pershing Field and Sergeant Anthony, which when I was made aware of that, that's exactly when I reached out to them and said, you guys should figure out your borders. That's an issue for a different day, not for my project. You should figure it out. But now that we know it's both, we're reaching out to both. And again, crickets from Sergeant Anthony. So I just want to put that out there to suggest that we did do what we can to try and reach out. Could I have sent several additional emails? I guess I could have, but at some point, if there is an interest from a neighborhood organization and contact is made on several occasions and it's not reciprocated, I just don't think a property owner should have that held against them. And I want to make that abundantly clear on the record. The other thing as well, I did hear a couple of comments from neighbors, about, well, we'd be okay with this at 3 stories and density is a different issue. But I think as well, what I believe his name was Mr. McLeod, I'm sorry, I thought I wrote it down, had pointed out where he did kind of a rendering of what it might look like at 3 stories. That specifically did not include the bulkhead that would be on top. And so I think it's important to say that we came back and made, very minimal changes is not exactly entirely true either. You heard the testimony, you saw the rendering. If we did 3 stories, there would be a bulkhead on top. And at the end of the day, what we have chosen and elected to do is to make that interior. If we went with 3 stories, I can almost guarantee you it would not be interior. It would be, as of right, it would be 3 stories plus a bulkhead. But the test for better planning alternative is just exactly that, is what we've proposed, a better planning alternative than what your zoning would allow. I do have several other specific comments, I think, to address, but, you know, as the commissioners may have several comments as well, I'm happy to turn over my time to let them ask. And then, of course, you know, I have been texting with my developer. I would like to speak to him as well, very quickly, but I'm happy to hear from the commissioners. I think it would do our project a service to hear from the commissioners as well.
Okay. Does anyone have any questions? Any of the commissioners?
Well, I would just remember the last time we met and they presented the design for the property. I think one of the questions, and I think I was the one that proposed it, was the color scheme, the brick, of making it a little more lighter scheme. So like that, it could kind of blend in with the community. I think somebody had mentioned that it looked like a Frankenstein castle last time. I'm not saying it does. I'm just saying that I don't think it was, you considered that we, you know, the coloring and the facade of the building should kind of blend in more with the community, with the rest of the housing in the block. And I would have liked to have seen that. In addition to that, I'd like to see also your rendition again, because I was under the impression we did have like 3 stories. Oh, you just took off the roof. Is that what you did? Can I see that again, please?
Sure. I'll share my screen to see if this is what you're referring to. And Commissioner Arujo, I think also when I zoom in, you'll see we do have a bit of a lighter color scheme. It's on both here.
Sure.
It is lighter, but again, if the commission was hoping for something lighter than that, we certainly have no objection to that. You know, we just felt that this kind of holds some of the dark, some of the light. But to answer your second question, yeah, it's again, the bulkhead is on, and it's within the staircases, the elevators are now within on the interior of the structure, so you can't see them from any vantage point.
I think that's great.
And again, I think that was my,
4 floors.
I need one speaker, please.
sorry. Go ahead, Commissioner.
No, I was just saying, so it is 4 floors, even with the top, you eliminated the bulkhead, but it's still the 4 floors.
That
Okay.
is correct. That is
Oh,
correct.
Okay, fine, thank you.
Can I just ask a question? Isn't the whole neighborhood up there like brand new? Everything's changing up there.
I haven't been up there in a while, but the
Yeah.
last time I was up there and riding around that neighborhood, I mean, you still have many of the old structures that people have maintained. And then you have a couple of the new ones going up.
Mhm. And I was just looking at 163 Oakland, that's a 3 stories, and it seems to be a new development as well. So, and it's pretty high compared to the other ones surrounding buildings, so just to put it out there.
Maybe Cameron can answer some of that in his staff report.
Okay.
Yeah. Can we hear Cameron?
Cameron?
Yeah, and just before we do that, I would be doing a terrible disservice if I didn't, again, just request to kind of have an opportunity to sum up and take a few minutes with my developer, you know, after hearing comments.
Okay.
Maybe we could take a break in between.
You want to take a break?
I have a quick question.
Hear from Cameron.
I'm sorry, I have a quick question. What's the height of the building across the street, the 6-story building? The one that's across the street? I guess across Jefferson, right?
Yeah, that Laidlaw Lofts. Havard, I can ask
That's,
our
roughly.
architect.
Roughly, it's over 60 feet.
Okay.
For sure, 60,
All right.
65 feet tall.
And that's the one right across the street. Yep. Okay.
Yep.
Okay, do we want to hear from staff? Cameron, are you ready to?
Yes, okay. All right, so to address height first, well, I'm gonna give what the city planning department has found to be the opinion for the testimony provided by their professional planner, Carolyn Morstel. And Planning staff finds that they've made a substantive argument. They have addressed all of the concerns in our staff report related to the negative criteria. Specifically, they answered our concerns related to the air, light, and space, stepping back the side yard to the adjacent property owner on Jefferson, showing that through their shadow study, how they won't be having any impact on them. In addition, these are existing conditions on the site. The existing structure goes to that 0-foot side yard there. They've addressed in their planner testimony the traffic concerns, and whether there's enough parking. Obviously, they're going to be shrinking the curb cut down to 10 feet, and there will be more on-street parking. 2 additional on-street parking spaces would be created. The existing curb cut is nearly double what's proposed. And as far as the height goes, I think one of the more important items to note in the R1, which is subject to the review in this project, is that the height in the R1 goes to 44 feet maximum, and the height of this structure is 42 feet. So they would still be under, theoretically, the max height of what would be permitted in the R1. So then to go into further detail about the density concerns, although it does appear to be more than double what would be permitted if they went for a standard subdivision, which would be subject to variances as well, and development of 2 new homes on this lot. The city planning department has found that we believe the density can be accommodated here. It is, although perhaps to some maybe a lengthy walk, but it's a 17-minute walk to the Journal Square Pass station. Someone choosing not to own a vehicle and live the walkable lifestyle could certainly accommodate that lifestyle here. 10-minute bike ride. There's a city bike station right at the corner there. And then it's obvious that through the review process, the applicant and their team has taken into consideration, albeit not all of the community's concerns, because unfortunately it's very obvious here we're at a gridlock of where, you know, there are some residents that can't see it any other way other than 3 stories, and then the applicant here is proposing 4. But the affordable unit on site is certainly not a requirement, and it would not be a requirement under the new affordable housing overlay, because they're under the threshold for providing an affordable unit. So even under the new affordable overlay, they still wouldn't be required to do that. And the affordable housing division in Jersey City will get to choose which unit in the building is to be designated affordable. So that's a positive criteria here. There are significant, as Carolyn had mentioned, green infrastructure components, a stormwater detention system, which again would mitigate much of the flood issues that are a result of having this impervious surface in this area. And to go into the context of the immediate area, there are existing buildings with higher densities and greater heights. So directly across the street, you have a 95 unit building, 6 stories. Then to the west, you have an 8 unit building on Waverly. The address is Waverly, but it peaks out on Oakland. It's the newer facade there. I forget the address. But I'll give it to you. It's 83 Waverly. So to the northeast, 49 Waverly, there's a 4-story, 30 unit building, same block. And then across the street from the 30 unit building on the corner of Baldwin and Waverly, there is a 29 unit building, and that is excuse me, that is another 4-story building. So, and it's obvious that they took into consideration the homes on the south side of Jefferson, playing off of the architecture there. Now, I do hear the board's concerns regarding the color that they've chosen. Planning staff agrees. It's obvious there are lighter colors in this area. So I think we could add as a condition that they they implement a lighter rendering of the facade on the final signature plans. But planning staff would ask that Mr. Wine agree to the conditions stated in the planning staff memo dated July 6th of this year. Are those conditions acceptable?
Yeah, certainly.
Okay, so in closing, although it's obviously disheartening that a happy medium couldn't be found, planning staff does find that the project could be accommodated at this site without having any substantial detriment to the zone plan, the public's general welfare, well-being, or air, light, and space. The argument that their professional planner has made satisfies the concerns that the city planning department has issued in our staff memo, and ultimately we don't believe that this will have a negative impact on the master plan, and planning staff does recommend approval.
Do we have comments based on what Cameron just said from any of the commissioners, or questions?
Yeah, and again, Madam Chair, if you want to make comments, that's fine. Just before you do go into deliberation formally, again, I would just love to take a quick break, but you can make your comments first if you prefer.
Okay, should we take a quick break? Bridget, are you ready for a quick break?
Yes.
Okay, Vinny, how much time do you think we should take on this break? It's about 8:20 now, I guess. So do you want to say 8:30? Is that enough time? Mr. Wine, is that enough time
Yeah,
for you?
that should be great.
Okay.
Good for you, Bridget?
Bridget?
Yes. Okay, great. 8:30 it is.
Okay. Okay, so Mr. Wine?
Sure. So Madam Chair, did you want me to sum up at this point, or did you want to have board continue comment? I leave it up to you.
Okay, are there any other questions at this moment from any of the commissioners or anyone from staff or comments? Okay, Mr. Wine, why don't you sum up?
Okay. All right. So first I'll start by, again, thanking the board for their time. I thank Cameron for his testimony as well. You know, we've really made every effort that we believe we can in working with the city and working with the community to come up with a better planning alternative. When we talk about better planning alternative, it's not about, is this what the zoning calls for? If that's what it was, you wouldn't have this board. You would not have a zoning board if the goal was just conform with the zoning. That's entirely the purpose and what this board is also ultimately tasked with. And we recognize that. And when I make recommendations to any of my clients, it's always, let's come up with the best planning alternative if we're not going to comply. This particular property owner, I can honestly say, has that down to a T, in my opinion. He really works with me on all of our projects together to espouse exactly that, to come up with a better planning alternative if we cannot comply with the zoning. And when I say cannot, I don't mean that we could not put up a 3-story building here that exactly complies. We certainly could. But what you get here instead is a better planning alternative. And that's what I keep coming back to, because ultimately that is the legal test at hand when the board weighs the positives and negatives. I believe that Mr. Black, Cameron, when he went through that, I think he spoke eloquently about exactly that. And the positives that are being proposed here, just to highlight a few of them, including the affordable housing unit that is being given by the property owner as a benefit to the public. He has no control over that. That becomes something that the city will control for the next 30 years. And they have every right to choose the unit. They have every right to choose who goes in there. It's not at all up to the property owner. The fact further that we're closing up 2 curb cuts, at least one of which is dangerously close to an intersection and are a lot wider, and replacing it with one proper compliant curb cut, I think is a much better alternative than what you have existing on the site today. I think the fact that we're proposing parking when parking is not a requirement just serves, again, the development that we're proposing, but also it's good planning. It's a recognition that, well, yes, some people prefer one-to-one parking. Some people prefer no parking. I think this is splitting it down the middle and saying there will be people that take those 17 minutes to walk to the train station or much less to walk to local bus routes. But then there will also be people inevitably who do have a vehicle. And we hope that obviously those vehicles will be electric as time goes on. But nevertheless, that's something that will continue to exist. And so we're really weighing the positives and negatives of parking. And we think the amount that we've provided is appropriate. The site is also currently entirely developed and covered with what is known as impervious coverage. While we admittedly are continuing that condition, we're solving it by proposing substantial stormwater infrastructure that will not just help this property, it will help all the properties in the neighborhood, because it will capture all the runoff from this property and ensure that it does not flood out into the rear yards, into that donut area for the neighbors or into the public right of way. And I think that's an improvement. We saw that when we got engineering's letter that specifically initially we had proposed a swale as part of that. And they said, just do impervious pavers, do pervious pavers, I'm sorry, in the front. That would be better from an engineering perspective. But we recognize that what you're trying to do is to accommodate stormwater runoff, which again is what we're ultimately, we believe we're doing. We also accomplished that with the extensive green roof that we have, which in fact is likely to be even more now that we've eliminated the bulkhead, because there's no more roof deck on top of the highest point of the roof as we previously proposed. But now it's a lower roof deck, much more in line with what the zoning acknowledges and calls for. And in fact, now we're able to create on top of the true roof, create that proper, where the area where it's not mechanical, create that green roof. Yet another example of positive improvement. The aesthetics, I believe it was Commissioner Araujo who said, who mentioned, a lighter color would be more appreciated. As we said, we thought we accommodated that. My apologies, quite honestly, if that was not accommodated. But again, as per Cameron's comment, as a condition of approval, we take absolutely no exceptions to that. We will submit multiple rendering options in terms of colors and work with city planning to come up with what they feel is appropriate. Obviously, our project architect felt this was appropriate, but it's a subjective thing. And we want to make sure that it's the city of Jersey City that feels that they are subjectively the ones who have helped design with respect to the color. So Commissioner Araujo, absolutely no issue with that whatsoever.
Thank you.
I just want to hold on. Yeah, absolutely. And I just ultimately want to really conclude. I spent some time writing a little bit of a statement, and I think it's important to put it out there. But I want to state it anyway. So we have a site that is aesthetically unappealing currently. I heard some testimony from a member of the public that maybe if it was uncovered what the original building was that was there, it might be nicer. But ultimately, the majority of this site right now is open air parking through multiple curb cuts and garages. It's just not aesthetically appealing in its current state. It's bordered by building walls rather than yards, which gives us a unique opportunity to, rather than whether we're doing 1-story, 2-story, 3-story, or 10-story, it means we don't have to impact people's backyards, because instead we're abutting up against walls. And in the one corner where we do recognize that people kind of catty corner to our property, might be able to see the height of our building, we pulled it back to make it 3 stories and not show a bulkhead. Instead, we're showing nice aesthetically selected materials. Lastly, I just want to say that the board, as we said, is tasked with adjusting the zoning in place when it makes sense to do so for smart development. You heard from Mr. Black that he believes, and the city believes, this is smart development. This has been fleshed out over time, and it's good development for this particular lot. We heard things about setting precedents. That's not what zoning does. That's specifically not what the zoning board does, and I know you know that. We very specifically do not set precedents. We take a unique situation, make a determination, is this site suitable for what is being proposed? And ultimately, we believe that it is. So lastly, I'll conclude by saying that while we do appreciate the comments from the public, again, the bar here is whether what we are proposing is particularly suited to the site and proposes a better planning alternative than what would be potentially an as of right option on the site. The negative criteria is about a substantial detriment, not any detriment, not, is there some concerns that we have? And we recognize those concerns. We've heard those concerns. We believe we've done what we can to address those concerns. As Mr. Black stated, we're not going to make everybody happy, but I believe that what we've come up with is ultimately meets the positive and negative criteria. And finally, you have heard the testimony from your own professional planner who is tasked with taking an objective view, or almost actually more of a subjective view from the city's perspective, was that in fact, he does agree that, and the city does agree, that this project is appropriate as presented and with the stipulations that we've made for this site. So I want to take again the opportunity to thank the board for hearing us over the last 2 hearings. I believe that we have a very good project, and we've gotten to it a place that, with the couple of tweaks that we've agreed to as conditions of approval, can ultimately be a very positive enhancement for a good neighborhood in your city. And so again, I thank you for your time, and I would ask respectfully that you approve the application as presented with the stipulations made. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, at this time, I'm going to ask one of the commissioners to make a motion to vote on case number Z22-066.
Acting Chair, I'd like to make a motion to approve KZ 22-066 as presented to the board this evening.
Can I get a second?
I second.
I'm another one of those individuals that I can't focus on just like one.
There.
What?
Okay,
Oh,
Fred,
here.
Yeah, somebody's mic was on.
Okay. Go ahead. I got the second, Commissioner Aranda.
Okay, I'll go through roll. Commissioner Allen,
I want to thank the public for coming out. We truly listened to your comments and your concerns. But this building is a nice building. It's a mix of old, it's a mix of new. It fits the criteria, so I'm going to vote yes.
Commissioner Avart, you got to unmute.
Avart is our he's our architect.
Oh, I'm sorry.
If you want me to promote me to commissioner.
That's
I think he
fine.
might vote for it, so maybe you should.
Yeah, if you'd like him to vote.
We're gonna ask Vinny about that one.
Okay, Commissioner Shaplicki,
Oh.
Close enough, Zablicki. Vinny, just want to make sure, I was told before that obvious because I did read everything in the testimony prior. And then, of course, hearing today, being that there were some changes to it that I could in fact vote today. So I just want to say, coming from working with with Tanya and others in the past, and knowing that the planning staff there in Jersey City always tries its best and its hardest to balance projects with community concerns. And I know they always do that. Obviously, the outcomes aren't always what people want, but I know they always try. In hearing from them today, obviously, when Cameron said, and this is really what, I guess this is all about from all the testimony that was said today, when the R1's permissible height is higher than actually the height of this building in the long, as a whole. It means that meets its criteria, because it sounded today as if the height was the major issue on everyone's minds. And in my mind, and hearing that, and in recommendation of the the staff, based upon that, what Cameron said and that criteria, that this project does in fact meet that and all its other necessary elements, improving a corner lot, which our great Bob Cotter, as a planner in our city, used to always advocate for corner lots, having a little more density, a little more height, because they set up neighborhoods and they transition corners and blocks. I would have to say that I would vote yes. But I also want to encourage the developer, I guess this is a little unusual, that should this pass, that you continue to talk to the community groups, even after this, and see if there are a couple things you can still do with them, but doing it because you want to. And it doesn't have obviously any major impact on the moving forward of this project. I encourage you to work with the facade to make it a little bit better, you know, and you indicated that you would do that anyway. So I want to commend you guys for, you know, for doing that. And with that, I vote yes.
Commissioner Park.
So Cameron, I always respect the city planners' opinions. I will say that I do believe the challenge here is between positive and negative. And Mr. Wine, I think you've done a really great job of highlighting the positive impact. I also believe that the public has highlighted the negative impact on their community. And for that, I vote no.
Commissioner Shadid.
I really have a lot of respect and sympathy for the neighbor and the public who can show up today. But our testimony and the argument that Mr. Wine and his colleague was significant, and it was very very touchy and a very nice, very good argument, and I commend them for that. The staff report was well written and covered almost every question in our mind. And I thank you, Mr. Black, for the way you put it. And it seemed like he really did a very good job. And my vote's yes.
Commissioner O'Connell.
I vote yes. I think change is good. I think that neighborhood could use all new buildings. I know exactly where it is because I work up in that neighborhood, and I think it'll be great for the neighborhood.
Commissioner Arroyo.
I think I've taken into consideration everybody, the public's portion, and also the rest of the commissioner and Mr. Wine and the rest of his team. And I know they've tried to make every effort to conform to the public's opinions of what they would like to see. And I think they've done a good job. If they consider my opinion, which is just suggestion that I made, and you said you will. So with that, I would say yes.
And Madam Chair Coyle.
Okay, I think I listened to everyone, I listened to the public. And I think I have to vote no on this. I'm in agreement with Commissioner Park.
Okay, so we have 2 no's, 5 in favor. That does pass. Correct me if I'm wrong, Benny.
No, that's correct. The motion passes 5 in favor, 2 opposed.
Correct. Okay, so
Thank you,
motion
Mr.
carries
Wong.
with conditions.
Correct.
Absolutely. And thank you, everybody, again for your time. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Have a good night.
Yes,
Good night.
everyone.
you as well.
Thank you.
So we will move, I guess, right into, are you okay with that, Bridget, to move right into KZ 22053?
Right, 3.
Yes, that's the last case.
Yes, that's the
on
last
agenda.
one.
The last case, right?
88 Highway.
Promoting Nicholas Cherami.
Joseph.
Stephen Joseph.
No, this one's going to be taken by Nick.
Oh, okay.
Good evening. Can everyone hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Good. Thank you.
So Nick, we're on your case, Z22-053. The address is 88 Highway 139. and the applicant is HWY 139 Realty LLC. This is a notice case. We
It
have
is.
notices, your affidavit and proof of service, your notice of publication, and Bridget, we're going to mark that A1 for this application.
Okay, one moment. That'll be A1 in evidence for this case.
Correct.
Okay. A1.
Mhm.
All right. Thank you so much. As we just heard, my name is Nicholas Tremi, the attorney appearing for the applicant HWY 139 LLC. Before we jump in, I just want to give the board a little bit of context regarding this particular location and site. So the site we're looking at this evening sits about mid-block. It's between Central Avenue to the east of the site and Summit Ave to the west of the site. The site's a very unique piece of property. It's unique both in its shape and its location. It's a large site. It's about 6,000 square feet, and it's very irregularly shaped, as you'll see on the plan. It fronts on Highway 139 with about 110 feet worth of frontage along that busy corridor. And in the rear, it backs up to a dead-end street. So Perry Street actually backs up, it tees right into the property. So it's a large site, and it's wedged between Highway 139 and this dead-end street, Perry Street, to the rear. It's on this unique site that our client is proposing to demolish the existing structure and construct a new 5-story, 22-unit multifamily property. Two of the units rather would be proposed affordable. The site proposal is also for 14 parking spaces. I know the agenda says 11 parking spaces, but we'll get to the increase in parking spaces shortly, and I'll explain how we got there. The site currently sits in the R1 zone, which is a 1 and 2 family zone. So in order to accomplish this, our applicant is seeking a couple of variances, primarily for use and height. And then there's a collection of bulk variances related to parking, roof structure, some setbacks, lot coverage, building coverage. And those are really driven by the uniqueness of the site and the nature of the property itself. And they're going to certainly be assumed into the D variances that we have. So I think before we dive into direct testimony, an important component of this project is a little bit of the history and how we got here and why we're proposing what we're proposing. So the characteristics of the building really show some important components that we worked hard to put in place. The project was originally conceived somewhere in 2020, 2021. And in initial discussions and meetings with city planning and staff at that time, we were originally advised that the Highway 139 corridor was being looked at in accordance with the Jersey City Master Plan that was being reviewed during that time period. And that the project should really wait until the appropriate studies were performed and reflected in the new master plan. So understandably, any project being proposed along that site during that time period should meet the vision that the city had for that corridor. It's a busy corridor and it's important. So the project was stayed for a while the city completed its processes. And then later in November of 2021, the Jersey City Lower Heights Small Area Vision Plan was released and the master plan was adopted. So you'll hear a little bit more about this testimony from the planner, but I wanted to touch on it right now because there's a mismatch between the zoning district, which is an R1, and the vision of the master plan along Highway 139. So Highway 139, based on the master plan, envisions 5-story buildings with different kind of uses along it. So, one of those uses would be a multifamily use along Highway 139. And again, our planner will get a little bit more into this, but I'm just giving you kind of the history. And I wanted to point out the onset, because we're in an R1, but at the same time, the district zoning hasn't yet caught up to the vision of the master plan from a year and a half ago. So given that the master plan is now in place, the applicant began to put together projects consistent with that vision. So along the way, the applicant obviously met with the city. They met with several community groups and their members over the last year and a half. They were making modifications to address concerns and improve the functionality of both the building for residents in the area and to act as a buffer between Highway 139 and the adjacent neighborhoods, which would now be behind this building. Some of the changes and some of those characteristics proposed on the building sort of increase privacy and speak to the privacy of the neighbors directly to the rear. There's thoughtful place, some of those examples would be thoughtful placement of balconies, increasing setbacks significantly on the upper stories of the buildings, and situating the rooftop amenities, just to name a few of those concepts, which our architect will get into a little bit more. So the project that we ultimately left with at the end of the day was a 22-unit building with 11 parking spaces. And it was that version of the project that was originally scheduled to go before this board in early June, so June 2nd of this year. Prior to the June hearing, the applicant was contacted by members of the community that had not previously participated in the prior community outreach sessions that had happened over the last 18 months. This new group had asked us to carry the application so that it could be reviewed again with the applicant and discuss some of the project characteristics with the applicant and the architectural team. So the applicant presented that project again to this additional group, and it seemed at that point that the most important concern regarding the project was the then location of the entrances and egresses from the parking garage onto what was Perry Street, which, if you recall, tees into the property in the rear. So originally we proposed entrancing and egressing into the parking garage at that stage. So the applicant understood that there was a strong concern to remove the entrance and egress on Perry Street and move it over to Highway 139. So the delay in the application getting before this board from June to now was that the architect complied. The applicant complied. The architect made the modifications. We adjusted the plans, and that's the plan that you see before you. Moving the entrance and egress gave us the additional 3 parking spaces. So a long story, but it gets us where we have to go. I say all this because, and I know we just talked about this a little bit with the last application while I was watching, but these projects are not prepared in a vacuum. This particular project is very interesting because I'd like to call it thoughtful and measured. And it's reflective of the city's vision for the Highway 139 corridor. It's reflective of community collaboration and engagement. And I like to think that it's reflective of our applicants' thoughtful desire to construct appropriate and collaborative projects on interesting sites, which is what we have here. So it's with that backdrop that I think we can begin our direct testimony. And I know it's getting late, so hopefully we'll go through it expeditiously, but we do have 3 experts for you this evening. We've got our architect, Avar Patel, who actually you just heard from in the prior application. We've got an engineer, Doug Pelican. He'll be joining us this evening. And then Carolyn Worstel is our planner. So if we could promote the 3 of them, I think we can begin.
Okay, Francisco, can you promote them?
Yes. Give me 1 second. Nick, is there anyone else on your team?
Yes, Doug Pelican, he's our engineer.
Got it.
And Art, our architect.
Oh, okay, promoting.
Okay, I guess. Hello,
Hey Doug, you'll be up second if you don't mind.
okay.
Thank you. All right, so at this stage, I'd like to bring our architect up of art, and he'll take us through the project. I believe he remains under oath.
Yes, he does.
Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. Let me pull up the plans. Can everyone see my screen?
Yes.
Okay. Right. So the site is about 6,800 square feet, as Nick mentioned, located along.
Yeah. What was the figure again? You said 1618?
No. 6,800 square feet. 6,818 to be exact. And it's located along Highway 139. Perry Street is a dead-end street to the back of the property, and the only access to the property is from Highway 139. There's an existing curb cut and access to the current site. The current site is a one-story a masonry building being used as a garage and an automotive repair shop. As you can see on the existing survey, the site is irregular shape, almost 74 feet along this side, 122 along the back, and then 110 feet along the Highway 139. Go to the. So this diagram shows the extent of the building footprint, and then the stories above with setbacks and the balcony profile. We are proposing 22 units, and they're a mix of one and I guess we can see it here. 1, 2, and 3 bedroom units, smallest being about 640 square feet, or sorry, 500 square feet, 1 bedroom, and the largest being close to 1,100 to 1,200 square feet, which is 3 bedroom, 2 bath unit.
Okay.
So after meeting with the neighborhood group, one of their main concern was that the Perry Street is being a dead-end street. They use that, kids come out to play on the street, and they had a concern with the ingress egress for the building from that street, and they strongly ask us to consider if we can use Highway 139 for ingress egress to the building. So we looked at the first floor layout and effectively flip the entrance on Highway 139, which is the existing curb cut. We're going to conform to the current zoning requirements of making the compliance curb cut and provide the main entry to the garage from that side. There is a pedestrian entrance to the apartment lobby, which is on the first floor, from Highway 139. As well as another entry from a Perry Street site. By reconfiguring the first floor, we were able to gain 3 more parking spots, while keeping all the services and amenities more or less as is. So as you can see, this is the entry to the site, and then we have handicap parking spots on the left side. Couple more parking spots here, and then back to back 2 rows along the front and the back. The garbage and recycling area in this corner, there are 2 staircases serving the upper floors. One stretcher compliant elevator, sprinkler, and some of the other support rooms, gas meter rooms, electric meter room along Perry Street. And in between, we squeeze in the bike parking spots within the garage. The access to the utilities is coming from the Perry Street, and then this is the existing sidewalk. So all the utility rooms are more or less accessed from the existing streets and the existing sidewalks. I'm going to move to the second floor plan. As you can see, this floor is mainly consists of, as 1, 2, and 3 bedroom units, 3 bedroom being a little larger units on the back of the building, and a small gym towards the front of the building with 3 other apartments. So this level has 4 units and a gymnasium for as an amenity to the occupants of the building. Third floor is more or less similar layout with the gym area being infilled with the 2 additional units, 1 bedroom, 1 bath units. So this floor consists of total of 6 dwelling units. Pretty much standard layout, 2 staircases, the corridors connecting all the units. There's a garbage and recycling chute taking all the trash every level to the garage level downstairs. Again, 4th and 5th floor, similar configuration as the floors below. We are providing balconies. The balconies are within the building property lines. They're not sticking out, and almost all the units have some sort of balcony or outdoor with a glass sliding door, so they're connected to the outside. And at the roof level, we have rooftop amenity area for the occupants, 2 staircases given the size of the roof deck, a small lobby enclosing the elevator space. The roof deck or amenity area is located central to the building and some along Highway 139. We kept it away from edges of the building on other 2 or 3 sides, just to provide more privacy to the neighbors. And those areas would be part of the green roof, and along the backside we'll have equipment with a screening around it, the condensers and any other mechanical equipment serving the units below. So at this level, the staircases will come up. So we'll have a bulkhead for the staircase as well as the elevator. And then for the trash chute, which needs to go above the tallest part of the building for exhaust purpose. This is the tentative layout, seating area with some outdoor counters and gas grill, just providing some outdoor space for the occupants and making building more marketable. Going to move to, this is the bulkhead level plan. As you can see, the staircases and the elevator would be the highest point above the rooftop deck. Some of the imagery, what we envision the rooftop areas being, with some sort of trellis element over that covering, providing shade and a little more privacy to the occupants. This is the front elevation along Highway 139. As you can see, the first floor, which is the garage, will have some sort of grills just to keep the garage ventilated. This is the entry point to the garage. We are proposing a 12-foot wide garage entry, being that it's on Highway 139, and given that it's a busy street, you know, in and out would be little more eased up with a wider garage door. This is the secondary entry to the lobby. We're calling it a secondary entry because, you know, the primary entrance was planned to be from the Perry Street, and it will remain that way. Most of the people will be coming through the garage, you know, from 139, and you know, the lobby has 3 doors, you know, from Perry Street, from the 139, and one from the garage as well. So they have easy access to the lobby. Along the first floor, we are proposing some sort of green element along the walls, just to kind of, you know, create an interesting live wall type element. As you know, there's some pedestrian traffic as well as, you know, vehicular traffic. So this will create interest, as well as it would provide a little softer surface than you know, masonry material or any other solid material, a reflective material. As we go up, we have typically unit layouts with you know, balconies as you saw in the floor plans. And all these balconies would have a full height glass rails. It would go to the deck, so there is no issue of having anything fallen, rolling out under the glass rail and hitting someone below. So this would be a full height all the way up to the floor. There won't be any gap in between. Moving on to this is the Perry Street side elevation. As you can see, this is where the entrance used to be, and you know, again, similar to the front, we have some units with the balconies. Other units will have larger windows. We technically couldn't provide balconies on this side, so have a larger windows where it will bring more light and ventilation into the units. All the utility rooms downstairs on the first floor, the access to those areas, and this is the main entry point to the lobby from Perry Street side. This is the east side elevation, as you know, approaching from Hudson Tunnel side. This is what the building is going to look like, you know, from that side. This is the other side elevation. Again, just to make it the facade a little more interesting, we are proposing some sort of decorative panel element here, a mural or something similar, which this wall would be visible, since given the size of the lot and you know, the corner being empty all the time, you know, it's too small of a site to be able to use for anything else. So the chances are this facade would never get covered with any other building in front. So we are proposing some sort of mural type element, which makes the building a little more interesting and you know, blend well with some of the other treatment we are proposing along the other 3 sides.
All right. Avar, before you bring down the image, I just wanted to show an important component of the project. So in the rear of the project, the side opposite 139, there's some large setbacks off the first floor. So currently existing at the property is a single-story commercial structure, and it runs really the length of that rear property line. So, you know, the first floor of the building that we have now being proposed before you sort of mimics that on the first story. But then what I'd like to just point out and show the board is the setbacks that begin to happen on those upper stories off the rear property line. Right. And so would you just mind taking us through? There's a lot of numbers there.
Sure. So as you can see that this line represents the rear property line, as you can see here. And at the first floor level, the setback is 6 feet from the property line, and on the upper floor is also 6 feet with a couple of box space just to kind of break up the length of the facade and create a little more interest. And that setback and the profile of the wall carries through all the way up to the roof deck, and then at the fourth and fifth floor, we are stepping the building back again 2 feet, just so it creates a step effect and opens up the building at an elevation to bring more light and ventilation down to the neighboring properties along this side.
Right. So if I could sum it up, and if you could, confirm that I'm accurate here. First story, there's a 6-foot buffer between us and the rear properties. The upper stories, they go, between 10 and 12 feet. And then as you continue up the building, it even goes to a 14-foot setback. So the building kind of wedding cakes, if you will, away from the few residential properties in the rear.
Yep.
Excuse me, do you have a colored rendition of this, like a regular rendition as opposed to all the all the graphics and stuff?
Could you maybe, Marty, could you show some of the materials being proposed?
Yes.
Correct. So these are this is the basic color palette we are proposing. The masonry or the stone along the first floor would be of this concrete block with grayish brown color. Then we're proposing 2 type of fiber cement panels. One with a grooved or vertical lines, and then 3 colors of a flat panel, and that would be. We don't have the colors scrolled out right. No, but that's the basic material palette. Window frames being black. Standard casement and casement type windows with the mold pattern with the larger windows, a smaller window, and some of them would be operable, especially the larger windows, and then the fixed window at the bottom. Of course, sliding door matching the window style and the color. But that's the basic material palette we are proposing. So the first floor will get the stone or the masonry material of this brownish beige color, and then the upper floor will have a mix of this 4 fiber cement or hardy or something equal, equal material characteristics. That's what we're proposing.
I apologize, but I just can't picture. I'm trying to, I Googled the whole property, and I'm trying to picture this into that property, and I can't, somehow it doesn't jive for me. I don't know if anybody else has that same issue, but I just can't see it. Do you know what I'm saying? I know you're telling me about the east and the west and the this and the that, but I'm not seeing it. How are you going to put all of that in this property?
Nick, did we do any renderings? Sorry, I mean, I came, I joined the team a little later because of Mukti's passing, but Nick, did we do any renderings for this one initially when we prepare the design?
The design, I want to see it.
No, I don't believe Mukti had prepared renderings, but if you take it to the front page of the plans, there's let's see. There's a better detail. Yeah, there you go. On the top, I know it's not a complete rendering, but it does show the materials in, in their situations as proposed.
Sure.
This would be Perry Street. This would be on Perry Street, this side that
No,
you showed.
no, this would be Highway 139. So
And this is the front of the building.
that's the front of the building. That's what,
I see.
yes.
Okay.
And the rear is got a matching treatment, if you will, of art.
Correct. More or less, yes. The same
right.
line. I'm sorry, we don't have, a 3D perspective of the building.
Yeah,
prepared for
I'm trying to correlate the whole thing and it's just not happening for me. So- Okay. Okay, thank you.
All right.
Thank you. Okay, if there's no other questions for the architect, I think we can proceed to our engineer.
We're going, yes, we're going to hold all questions until after the presentations.
Sure. No problem. Okay, all right, so if we could bring up our engineer, Doug.
Good evening.
Would you raise your right hand to be sworn? Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in this proceeding will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please spell your full name for the record.
Douglas, Douglas, Pelican, like the bird, Pelikan.
Thank you.
Okay, well, I did a good job of explaining the site. On an engineering basis, it's
Nick, maybe you should qualify, Mr.
Yeah,
Pelican.
sure.
I don't think he's been before the board, at least
I was
I don't
just-
remember him coming here.
Sure. Doug, are you a licensed engineer in the state of New Jersey?
yes, I am.
And have you appeared and testified before boards like this in the past?
Multiple times, multiple boards, over the last 35, 40 years.
Anytime. And you're familiar with this site and you prepared the engineering work in connection with this plan?
Yes, I did.
All right, Madam Chairman, I respectfully request that he be qualified.
Granted, that's fine.
Thank you.
Okay, again, while this being a very regular shaped site, it's a fairly simple engineering site in that the existing conditions are basically 100% impervious at this point with either building or asphalt surfaces over the whole lot. And the grades are almost non-existent. It's a pretty flat site. So we have the ability to, one, it's 100% impervious now. It'll be 100% impervious as proposed with a little bit of permeable pavers and some landscaping. But biggest thing is, where do we control the runoff to? And we have two options, either going down back through Perry Street or going out to Route 139, which would be the closest. And that'll be up to the better thoughts of the Department of Transportation. But engineering wise, it's a fairly simple site. We originally had it going out to Perry Street for all the access, which we originally thought would be better because, we're not trying to dump people off onto, a state highway. But due to consultation with the neighbors, we felt that it's better to come out on Route 139 and relieve Perry Street of any large amounts of traffic. Of course, there's going to be some traffic on Perry Street because obviously it's a main lobby entrance. So it'll be, I would think at this point, minimal car traffic where, visitors and or residents get let off and go in and out of the building. But one advantage was we gained 3 parking spaces by doing so. And hopefully we'll be allowed to reutilize the existing curb cut along Route 139. So that works out fine.
Doug, could you just speak momentarily about the stormwater management report, please?
Okay, the stormwater management report is probably the easiest thing in in that we are, again, we're 100% covered in the beginning, and we're 100% covered in the end. So basically, we really don't have to do anything to retain any substantial amounts of water. It's all completely self-contained. It's just a matter of we'll be able to control it a lot nicer through the building rain leaders and so forth, so we can direct it to where we want to and not impact the neighborhood behind the building off of Perry Street.
Right, and would the green elements on the roof be a positive element?
Exactly. That's going to slow the runoff times, which is a very positive element to the whole thing. But you know, in the realms of the size of the site, it doesn't have, on an engineering perspective, it really doesn't have a lot of input to it. But it is nice to slow the volumes coming off the roof. I mean, we're on a site this side, we're only talking hundreds of CFS and maybe seconds in timing. So, you know, it helps, particularly in the lower rainstorms, you know, the water quality storms and so forth. But in the higher rainstorms, the volumes don't really become meaningless.
Mm-hmm. And but the applicant is proposing a water retention system in the garage?
No, not at this point. We're not retaining anything in the garage. We're just,
yeah, we're more direct.
Yeah, it's more direct. We're going to have the pervious pavement, pavers out behind the garage, which will be allowed to absorb water and so forth. But at this point, timing wise, and again, the site is small and basically it was 100% covered before. So we're not adding any more impervious surface than was already there. So by regulations, we're not impounding excessive amounts of water at this point.
Okay, but the I guess on a whole, the structure would be better in terms of its water retention and water direction than it is today.
Exactly. It runs off and it runs off the perimeter of the site all the way around it. So it certainly impacts the neighbors to the rear. And uncontrollably, it's impacting the water that's running off into the roadway on Route 139. I can imagine in higher storm levels, there's going to be a significant amount of water just laying in the gutter line on 139, where hopefully we can help control that.
Yeah, we'll improve that situation with this site. Okay. Thank you, Doug.
Very good.
Very good. All right, so I think at this point it'd be appropriate to bring up Carolyn Worstel, our planner.
Hello.
All right. I believe Carolyn remains under oath.
Yes, she does.
Thank you. Carolyn, would you mind taking us through?
Of course. Good evening. So we're here for a number of variances, including a D1 use variance, D6 height variance, as well as a number of bulk variances, which are subsumed within that use variance. So when I'll start off with the use variance, which is really the big one here. Under the relevant case law, the Medici case law, the standard for granting a D1 use variance with respect to the positive criteria is that it will promote the general welfare, that the property is particularly suitable to accommodate the proposed use, and that the proposed use can be reconciled with the zoning ordinance. This property is really particularly suitable for the proposed multifamily use due to its location, its size, its orientation, and its consistency with the surrounding development patterns within the corridor. Starting off with location, this property has its primary frontage on US Route 109, State Highway 139, which is a 4-lane divided highway. It is not your typical street that would be found in an R1 district. It is one of the city's main east-west regional corridors, and correspondingly, it consists of development along the corridor consists of a mixture of uses, including commercial, mixed-use development, and multifamily uses. A permitted 1 and 2 family dwelling, which is really all that's permitted in the R1, is not an appropriate use for this site due to its location along Route 139. It's not someplace that you would want to put a single family home. A multifamily use is more appropriate here. It is a residential use in what is a residential district rather than the existing non-conforming commercial use. It also sort of provides that transitional buffer between the highly traveled Route 139 corridor and the quieter residential streets and the neighborhood to the north. So it would serve as, you know, a use buffer as well as potentially even almost like a sound buffer with the additional height. Furthermore, the subject property is in a transit-oriented development site. It is within walking distance. It's about half mile or 10 minutes to the Journal Square Transit Hub, which would support higher density along this corridor in general. Looking at the lot size and orientation, the subject property is a through lot. It does have frontages on both Route 1 and the Route 139 as well as Perry Street. And it's also very irregularly shaped. It has a very atypical orientation. It's a shallow lot. Typically, lots are oriented, and the code is really written for lots that have a short frontage and are deep. And in this case, we have a very wide frontage and very shallow depth. You know, it's only 79 feet at the widest, and on the other side, it's about 49 feet. So it's less than 50 feet deep on the other side. So it's an unusual shape. It's unusual orientation. However, it is a larger lot than you would typically find. It's greater than 6,000 square feet. So really could accommodate the impacts of that additional development that is being proposed. The additional lot area allows us to provide for those 14 off-street parking spaces at the ground floor, sufficiently sized units, including 1-bedroom units averaging 552 square feet, 2-bedroom units averaging 898 square feet, and 3-bedroom units a little over 1,000 square feet. And while the subject property is large enough in terms of square footage, and again, due to its orientation and its irregular shape, this really doesn't lend itself to your typical R1, 1 and 2 family development. You couldn't subdivide this lot to create 2 lots for development. You know, even though given its lot size that it's large enough to have to do that. And really, there's no development application for a 1 and 2 family home that probably would not require bulk variances here, given just the unusual shape of the lot and its orientation. Additionally, this project is consistent with other multifamily residential dwellings that are in the neighborhood and along the corridor. There are several multifamily residential buildings. There's a 14-unit residential building to the west of the subject property at 169 St. Paul's Avenue. And that also has frontage on Route 139. There is 135 Hopkins Avenue, which is a 12-unit residential building. There is 6163 Central Avenue, which is a 9-unit residential building. 165 Hopkins Avenue is a 12-unit residential building. 680 Summit Avenue is a 7-unit residential building. And then within, there's several other buildings on St. Paul's, 153 St. Paul's, 143 St. Paul's, and 139 St. Paul's, which have 6-unit buildings. So there are other multifamily dwelling units in this area. The density of the proposed project is 140 units per acre, which is consistent with other multifamily buildings, which range from 77 units per acre up to 209 units per acre. So this is well within that range. Additionally, this project subsumes several bulk variances within that R1, within that D1 use variance. We're looking at bulk variances for minimum front yard setback, side yard setbacks, building coverages, lot coverages, as well. So I'll take you through this. I'm actually going to share my screen because I think it helps to understand the development and how it was cited and how it relates to those setback variances if we can look at the site plan. So I'm going to share the screen. Can everyone see? I apologize. Can everyone see that?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. So looking at front yard setbacks, we're in the R1. Our front yard setback is to match an adjacent building as long as that adjacent building is the predominant. Caveat to that is that we have to match a permitted use. So along the Route 139 corridor, there are no 1 and 2 family dwellings that have that with a front onto it. So there really is no predominant setback being proposed. We are proposing a 0-foot setback here, you know, and we have done some design work with that frontage to make it more pedestrian friendly, which was one of the recommendations of the Lower Heights vision plan. So we can get into that a little bit later, but we are proposing a 0-foot setback there. Our other frontage is on Perry Street. So we do have 2 front yards. So this frontage on Perry Street, we did take a look to see what was going on. Perry Street is very short for this block. There's only one other building that fronts on this portion of Perry Street, which is this property right here. And they have a very small front yard setback. They probably about 5 feet. So these buildings over here, this is a side yard with fronting on St. Paul's, and again, a front yard fronting on St. Paul's. So what we have done here is we have created sort of a varied setback here at the ground floor, which you can see in that dark red outline. This again was sort of originally the entrance to the parking garage. This is our our stairs, but along the rest of the frontage, we are providing that 5-foot or 6-foot setback to provide some separation here at that ground floor. There is going to be permeable pavers. There is going to be landscaping within that area, and that is it is an improvement over what is existing. The existing setback is 0 feet. For that building that is right along this property line. So we are while we do have portions of the building that are at 0 feet, the majority of it is at 6 feet, which is technically conforming with the requirements of the R1. We are providing 0-foot side yard setbacks. Both of these are side yards. Right here and right here. We are providing 0-foot side yard setbacks here. Again, this is a very kind of oddly shaped site. There are commercial uses here. So we did look to provide 0-foot setbacks along those, with the assumption that if those sites were to eventually develop with additional buildings under a future planning redesign of the corridor, that you would likely want to be seeing more the frontages to be closer together to create that street wall along along Route 139. We are providing these step backs at these upper floors. As you can see, I think there was a question about trying to understand how it functions. So you can see that there are different step backs. So the green line here is at the 4th and 5th floors. So the 4th and 5th floor would never be closer to the lot line than 6 feet, or 6 feet. At the lower floors, there is a small sort of like windows, I guess, balcony, or not balconies, like sort of bay windows that provide they go over this front yard a portion, and they provide, you know, some more, instead of presenting a totally flat wall along that rear facade, it would provide more variation to that facade rather than being something that's just flat and uninteresting for the adjacent neighbors. There is no rear yard to this lot, so we are not, there are no rear yard setback standards to be applied to this lot. Looking at coverage, the project is proposing a building coverage of 77.3% and a lot coverage of 97.3%. 60% building coverage is permitted and 85% lot coverage is permitted. So we are over that. The project provides a building footprint and a massing that allows for a sufficient building for the ground floor garage. If we were, you know, as you saw, the garage layout is tight. It's due to just the shape of the lot itself. But it does allow us to create spaces for those 14 off-street parking spaces. And it does, the additional coverage does allow us to create well-sized units. As I mentioned, you know, the units themselves are sufficiently sized or larger. We are providing some stormwater benefits with this project. We do have the green roof. We do have the pervious pavement in the areas where there is no building coverage. And additionally, I think that you may have heard, with the fact that we are now providing a building that covers the lot, rather than having rain that just flows off of the lot into adjacent properties, we are going to be capturing all of that rainwater more or less on the roof. And that will help, you know, prevent some of that flow from this property to the adjacent properties. It will be controlled on site versus flowing uncontrollably off the site. So it does provide some benefits in that respect. Looking at parking, we are providing 14 parking spaces. It's a little bit more than half space per unit. We believe that, you know, this site, given its proximity to Journal Square, may attract people who are more pedestrian oriented. We are within that half mile, but we do acknowledge the site that we're on Route 139 and people are going to, again, likely have some cars. So we're trying to meet that medium where we're providing space for cars for people who have cars, but also understanding that not everyone at this development may own a car. We are asking for the curb cut is going to be reused on US Route 109. It's a 20-foot wide curb cut. 10 foot is the maximum permitted in the R1. Again, the existing curb cut is much larger than that. Route 139 is a very fast, it's a very high volume driveway. So we think the additional width would help with people entering and exiting the garage in a more safe manner, as well as that 12-foot width for the garage. And then additionally, within the garage area, there are some parking spaces, again, due to the unusual shape of the lot, where there is less than 24 feet of aisle width. And some of that is again, due to that unusual shape. But we believe that, you know, it's only 14 parking spaces. These are going to be for residents who are very familiar with the parking garage and should not have a substantial impact on safety for them. We're also asking for a variance for the rooftop structures and appurtenant setback, which actually is not subsumed within that use variance. The bulkhead here, and I think we can show a better plan. The bulkheads are at the 0-foot lot line. Again, here.
Just to know, Carolyn, I'm sorry, we're just referring to the architect's plans. This is.
Yes, we are referring to the architect's plans, sheet A7. We do have a stairwell here and a stairwell here. Again, due to the unusual shape of this lot, this is the best place to place these stairwells. We couldn't push them back from the facades of the building. So that is where they are located, and we would request a variance for that. And then we come to our final variance, which is a D6 height variance, which under the Grasso case law, the standard for granting that variance would be that the proposed project will promote a harmonious, consistent visual environment while not offending the purpose of the height restriction, which is namely light and air. This project is proposing a building height of 54 feet and 5 stories, where there's a current maximum height of 33 feet and 3 stories permitted based on proposed floor-to-floor heights. The proposed height is appropriate for this neighborhood. It's in character with, there's an existing 5-story, 14-unit residential building at 165, 169 St. Paul's. To the west of the subject property, there are other, the project is creating and helping to create a vision for the corridor, which addresses the fact that it's not really consistent with what you would expect in an R1. You know, we did take a look at the vision plan, the Jersey City Lower Heights Small Area Vision Plan, which did basically say that there was support for up to 5 stories along this corridor. So that's what we're looking here to provide, is the 5 stories. The height, we are proposing the building, the varying step backs and setbacks to break up the mass of the building, both from the Route 1 and 9 side, but also from the Perry Street side. And we believe that those step backs also will help to provide some additional light and air to those adjacent properties, particularly with those step backs at the 4th and the 5th and 6th stories. And we did do a shadow study, and I can show that, where we did take a look at what the shadows were going to be.
Yeah, I think, Carol, if you don't mind, I think we'll introduce this as Exhibit A2, if we could. It is in the packet, but we are showing it this evening.
And that'll be A2 in evidence.
Thank you.
Okay, so this is a visual impact analysis and shadow study analysis dated November 22nd of 2022. So as you can see, we did take a look at the shadows. Morning shadows obviously are going to predominantly fall on the Route 139. Here, where we start getting to the afternoon hours, you see the shadows starting to move towards the north. Directly to the north of us is a commercial property. It's mainly a parking lot. And so really isn't until you get towards the later afternoon hours that we start seeing the shadows going toward, I apologize, towards the north. So again, You can see here, you know, this is midday. We're starting to see some of the shadows sort of here in March and December, you know, going towards the north in the afternoon. Again, here when we get towards the later afternoon, there are shadow impacts to the north. We understand, you know, this is a significant change from what is there that's existing. There, you know, right now it's a single-story building. We're proposing a 5-story building that is a significant change in comparison to what is there today and what the community is used to. We did do a shadow comparison analysis between what is proposed at 5 stories and what is proposed at 3 stories. And I believe that has not been submitted, and we would like to enter that also into evidence.
Yep. So we can enter this as A3, which is the comparison shadow study between proposed building and what would this be, a 3-story building?
Yes, a 3-story building. So again, this is a massing comparison shadow analysis. The date is June 1st, 2023.
Okay, that'll be A3 in evidence.
Thank you, Bridget.
So as you can see here, shadows cast from the proposed building. So that's the 5-story, the green, and shadows cast from a 3-story building. That's what you would see in blue. So again, you can sort of see here when we start let me start on actually the first page. That would be helpful. So again, you have your sort of morning hours. The impacts are more to Route 139 and to the west, to the commercial properties. Here, you know, you start to see in the afternoon and late morning in the winter, you're starting to see the impacts going towards the north into the adjacent residential properties. What you can also see here is that a conforming 3-story building or a 3-story building will still have significant shadow impacts on those adjacent properties. You know, the shadows here, and so you really, what you're seeing is the added increase in the shadow from the additional 2 stories. It's sort of an incremental, you know, the big change is from that 1 to 3 is where you really see a really big jump. Because again, you can see here's the gray, that's what's existing. And then you see the large jump here at the 3 stories. So the 5-story really is that incremental increase compared to what is there today. And so we sort of see that there is that impact. 5 p.m. March 1st. Again, okay, 5 p.m. March 1st is you're really seeing the shading of the rear yards. And then, you know, you start seeing the move again further to the east and starting to again hit over towards some more of the commercial structures. And then again, obviously in the winter, by 5 p.m. it's dark. So we you know understand that there are going to be shadow impacts from this, but we believe that it's an incremental, it's not a substantial change. You're really getting a lot of those additional shadow impacts, the shadows to those rear yards. You're really seeing them at that 3rd story. And so by, you know, the additional height, you're seeing really more, it's the incremental, the impacts are there at the 3 stories. I think overall this project, you know, there are some benefits to this project. You know, we are replacing what is a non-conforming commercial use in a residential zone with a residential use. You know, I think that there are benefits here with some stormwater improvements. You know, you've got the green roof. You're going to have the water is going to be captured on the site and go through roof leaders rather than potentially just coming off the existing parking lots in the building and going into adjacent properties uncontrolled. We're going to see really some improvements along the Route 1 and 39 corridor. This is something that was brought up in the brought up in the small area vision plan. Is they're looking to maybe have the Route 139 corridor be a little more pedestrian friendly, less of those large sort of commercial uses with very large curb cuts. So with this, we're reducing that curb cut, and we would be providing a pedestrian level facade that would include some green wall elements and landscaping. So that should hopefully, that would be an improvement over the existing building, which existing development on the site, which is a parking lot and a fence with a single-story commercial building behind. I think this project advances the purposes of the municipal land use law. It advances the purposes. It provides adequate light and air to the adjacent properties. As you noted, those setbacks again in for the Perry Street side, it's technically a frontage. We are providing a 6-foot setback, which is consistent with what is the 6-foot setback for the adjacent property. We are trying to create some step backs at those upper stories, again, to allow some more light and air, as well as to provide some visual so that it's not just a flat wall, that there's more visual interest to those adjacent properties. I think that this promotes an appropriate population density consistent with Purpose E. It's consistent with other multifamily buildings in the area. It is within a half mile of the Journal Square, so it is within walking distance of a major transit station, and is consistent with a TOD style of development where you have greater density in those areas. And I think it promotes a more desirable visual environment consistent with Purpose I. As I just discussed, I think that the improvements on Route 139 are going to be improvements. I don't think that this project will result in a substantial detriment to the general welfare. Again, we're redeveloping the site with a residential use. We're removing a non-conforming commercial use, and we're providing a residential use in a residential district. And it is more in character with those multifamily uses in the neighborhood. It's proposing a new sidewalk along the east side of Perry Street, extending to St. Paul's Avenue. So we are providing a benefit not just for, and I can point that out if people would like to see.
I don't think that's necessary unless.
Okay. Yeah, we are providing a sidewalk here on St. Perry Street. It doesn't exist today, so we are creating additional pedestrian amenities, not just for this building, but for the neighbors. And we're seeing some mitigation of existing stormwater impacts through the green roof and through the capturing of the stormwater from the rooftop and going directly to the storm sewer rather than running off to adjacent properties. I don't think that this would result in a substantial impairment to the intent and purpose of the zone plan and zoning ordinance. Again, project advances that lower heights, so some of the goals of that lower heights small area vision plan, which did contemplate multifamily uses of no more than 5 stories. We are providing the green wall along Route 139, which will improve the pedestrian environment. And we are going to maintain affordability. We're providing for a diversity of housing types, and we are incorporating an affordable unit. So I think that is a benefit here of this project as well. So I think overall that the project has met both the positive and negative criteria.
All right. Thank you, Carolyn. Certainly, we can entertain any questions that you might have based on the direct testimony. I'm all yours.
Okay, Francisco, is there anyone from the public out there that wants to make any comments?
Yes, I do see several hands raised, and I'll start promoting them now.
Raise your right hand to be sworn, please. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in this proceeding will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you. Your full name for the record?
Mrugul Patel, MRUGUL, Patel, PATL.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Mr. Patel.
I mean, yep. My whole point is this, like, this is a commercial site. Why they build the residential? And if they want to build the residential, impact with all the neighborhood.
Sorry,
And
a little bit.
the planner.
Mr. Patel, you're breaking up a little bit. Could you just repeat that period?
Sorry. Okay, this is a commercial site. Why they want to build the residential site? Why the city wants to city has to provide some commercial so they can bring the more businesses in the area. Also, the planner just says it's a 165, it's a 5-story building. It's not 5-story building, it's a 4-story building. There is none of the area has a 5-story building. My whole point is, and like she says about this is the Jersey City. This is the General Square area. It is not the General Square area. It is the Jersey City Heights. That has a different parameter than the General Square area. So my whole point, like, if they want to do anything, they have to be considered all the neighborhood, the height variance. They should not be do that. She says the 55 feet height. No, it's the top height is a 70 feet. So planning board also have to be considered that one. It's a 70 feet height is not acceptable. It's a area is like 36 feet high. It's most on that area. And also as a sewer line. So like anything like the little rain, is all the area is flooded. So like my whole point to insert the residential, they had to bring the commercial.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Shahida, Commissioner Shahida, you keeping time again?
Yes, I am.
Go ahead, Francisco.
I'm promoting Michael.
Michael, you're on mute, and all right, now you turn on your camera.
Hello. Swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in this proceeding will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Spell your full name, please.
I'm Michael Lettieri, Michael Lettieri. I live at 137 St. Paul's Avenue. I'm the owner occupier here. I'd also like to make a note that I am a licensed professional engineer in good standing in the state of New Jersey. And I asked to be recognized as qualified to speak on engineering topics.
Have you testified before in any boards?
No.
Have you testified at all in any courtroom or anything like that?
No, sir.
All right, where did you get your degree?
Rutgers University and Ohio University.
Okay, and your license is in good standing in the state of New Jersey?
Correct, sir.
Sure, all right. What would you like to tell us?
So
Vinny,
one
I'm
of the
sorry.
things that they talked about, they stated that the water flows onto adjacent properties, but that's not the case. The water flows onto the state highway system, which is the only drainage system that actually works.
1 second, please. 1 second.
Mr. Deed is trying to say something. Go ahead.
Yes, Vinny, please. Do we treat him as a public or expertise?
Well, I think he's offering himself as an expert, so let him testify as to what he wants to say as an expert. We don't have to limit him to 3 minutes. But hopefully, Mr. Lettieri, you'll keep your
Thank you.
comments short,
I-
keep your testimony short.
I'll be quick. It is a little tough because there is 10 variances they're asking for, so there are some points, but you know, I'll mainly focus on the engineering points that I want to make.
Mhm.
So thank you for that. So to restart, they spoke about that the water flows onto the adjacent properties. That's not really the case. The water flows to the state highway system. It flows down onto Route 139 and goes into the DOT system. So what they're proposing to do is to collect the water on the roof and put it back into the city system, which is not really adequate for our street, St. Paul's. St. Paul's and Perry Street is the low point of the neighborhood. The inlets there overflow quite often. If we get a 1 inch of rain, they're likely to overflow, and the basements on the street are likely to back up the sewer system into the basements. So I just want to make that point. And also at the community meeting, the developers spoke about that there was going to be a retainage system that was going to be incorporated into the building, and that the water would be released slowly over a course of 2 hours back into the city system. But that is not what the engineer stated on record. And then, so that's kind of my main point on the drainage system. And to go to the other variances, you know, 5 stories plus a rooftop with 72-foot bulkhead, in my opinion, is too tall. It's zoned for 3 stories. 4 stories is currently the maximum on Route 139. The additional 2 stories will, you know, block the sun for my back windows, which was shown in that shadow analysis. The additional 2 stories, it will block the light. And even as the planner stated for the density, that this property wouldn't even meet being subdivided into 2 R1 lots, which would be 4 units, and they are proposing 22 units. Another thing that I oppose is they have side balconies on the 0-foot side yard offset, which is catty corner to my property. I don't know why they want to put balconies on the side yard, which overlook, you know, other people's properties, which is going to be noisy with renters and invade on people's privacy. And finally, you know, the 5 stories is based upon the, you know, the Lower Heights vision plan, which has not been finalized yet. The vision talks about allowing 5 stories in certain circumstances, but those circumstances haven't been set yet, and the plan has not been finalized. So it's, you know, it's assumed that the increase in the stories would be allowed if it enhances the neighborhood, such as retail, restaurants, stormwater improvements, offices, you know, something that brings jobs into the neighborhood. As the last speaker spoke about, you know, it's removing commercial space, which had jobs. The building is in perfectly good condition. It could host a business right now as it is. They want to, you know, knock it down and have solely residential, which does not, in my opinion, you know, enhance the neighborhood. And, you know, allowing this to be done before the Lower Heights vision plan is done and fully implemented, it, you know, sets a precedent that, you know, developers allowed to build, you know, 5 stories with a rooftop, 72-foot bulkhead, without, you know, understanding what sort of enhancements to the neighborhood are required for that. And that's all. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Francisco, are there other?
Sorry. Can you repeat it one more time?
Are
Francisco?
there any other members of the public,
speakers?
Francisco?
Yes, give me 1 second, sorry.
How many do you see there?
So there are currently, I'm promoting Monica. And after Monica, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 more hands.
Okay. Monica, you're muted. Monica, can you unmute yourself and can we see you? Oh,
We lost
there
her.
you are. You're still muted, though.
Oh,
Oh,
Monica, can you unmute yourself?
You're trying.
Okay.
we go to the next.
How about we move to the next person and we'll let Monica figure that out and we'll come back to her.
Okay. Promoting. Oh. I'm promoting the next attendee.
Okay.
1 second. There we go.
Oh.
That's Norris,
Right.
also muted.
Norris, can you unmute yourself?
Could be a neighborhood problem.
She's been sworn in already, Vinny.
What's that?
She's been sworn in already.
Norris?
Norris.
Norris?
On the last on the last project.
Oh, okay.
Oh, here we go. Here we go. I got it. I got it. Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, start my video. There we go.
Okay.
Okay, hi. I've been sworn in.
Your name for the record, though?
Yes, Norrice, Norrice, Raymaker, Raymaker. So I appreciate that you're referencing the Lower Heights Vision Plan. That makes a recommendation that there be commercial on the ground floor, if at all possible. So if you could consider adding some commercial to the ground floor, that would be great. It also, you talked about making it more pedestrian friendly, which I appreciate. But that means kind of opening up the ground floor a little bit, opening up that vestibule area so that it's not a solid wall, a solid brick fortress all along 139, especially when there's zero setbacks. So it's just going to be a giant wall. Also, there are trees. The state recently planted trees last year on Route 139 for about 5 blocks. I don't see any trees on the 139 side in this plan. And I think it would be really beautiful if you could continue if we had a tree corridor that went all the way down Route 139, it would be really lovely. And then finally, the stormwater retention. Lots of buildings are putting in like a tank, a ground inside the building to help retain that stormwater. So perhaps you could consider putting a tank in the garage area to help control that, because there's a lot of ponding on Route 139. The water stands on the road. And I appreciate that you're putting in 2 affordable units. That's great. And that's it for me. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm gonna promote Monica again just to see. I did see another one of her come up. I want to make sure that's her.
Hello?
Yeah.
Did you raise your right hand?
That one.
Monica, raise your right hand to be sworn in.
Okay. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in this proceeding will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I agree.
Is that yes?
Yes.
That's a yes.
Spell your full name for the record.
Monica Patel, Patel.
Thank you.
Hi, good evening. So the reason why I'm here is I reside on 151 St. Paul's Avenue. And when the first time we were introduced to this project, in the past, I had experience working with this developer, which is the apartment buildings on 165, 169 St. Paul's Avenue. We had to go through the same exact process where at that time, he was asking for 5 stories. And what happened was we went to the board, and at the end, board decided to approve. At that time, we were asking again the same thing, 130, the curb cut or the garage would be on the 139, on the 139 State Highway. At that time, we were told we couldn't do it and all the other stuff. So this time when it came around, this is the same owner I had worked with him before. Now I'm even more discouraged because first of all, at this time, he's asking for 9 different variants. Secondly, he is taking the current retail store or retail zoning area and creating a 6th floor apartment building, which includes a rooftop, which is gonna have a height of 70 feet, where according to the R1 zone, it's only 44 feet. So it's really, you're extending it so much higher. And then living in this community, I've been in this community for last 30 years, and we take pride in our community. We are a community. When we all come out every evening and enjoy each other's company. We take pride. And now to have this gigantic building coming to the air into our community, it's gonna help, it's kind of negatively impacting the morale of the building, along with the taxes going up. So it's really not benefiting the community here. And if you look at the Highway 139, going from Dickinson to JFK, you'll see that the maximum height or the stories are the 4 stories. So now we're asking for 6 stories apartment building, which is a 50% increase. So really, I'm really not happy about this whole project. And we had 2 meetings with the developers, and they're literally are saying they're not reducing the height. And that's the major concern. The community asked for 3 things only. One was to have the entrance, the parking entrance be on 139, have additional parking, 1 per each unit. If he's going to have 22 units, he needs to have 22 parkings. There's already limited parking when he added the 14 apartments onto the 165. There is no parking on that street. Now you're going to add 22 additional units. Where is everybody going to park? And then I was told about this master plan, and the master plan. I'm sorry.
Time's up.
Time's up.
3 minutes. Thank you.
Promoting.
And I'm gonna need a break after this next person.
You
Chair.
deserve- We all need it late.
So just declined to be included.
Can I just ask a question?
Yes.
Dickinson to Kennedy Boulevard, I don't get it. It doesn't go, it doesn't.
All right, let's hold our comments. Do we have another?
Okay,
speaker?
that's
Then we
fine.
can Take a break for Bridget's sake.
Yep.
You can take a break now. The other person declined.
The other person declined. Okay. So it's 10:15.
Wait
How
one
much?
second, the other person declined. Does that mean we can close the public or is there?
There's still one.
Oh,
Um,
I'm.
And let's give Bridget a break, please.
Yeah.
We'll come back in, what, 10 minutes?
5 minutes. Get it over.
And then here the next, did you say there is another person that is looking to speak?
Yes.
Just one?
No, there's several.
Okay. How much time would you like, Bridget? How much time do you need?
10 minutes is fine.
Good.
Okay, so it's 10:15. We'll be back at 10:25.
Yes.
Okay, Francisco, do you want to continue calling on the public to speak?
Yes. Promote. First person I see. Promoting. And for those that are waiting and the attendees, please raise your hand so I can see and keep account of who is wanting to speak. Thank you. And this individual declined to be promoted. Okay, moving on to the next one, promoting Jessica one more time. There we go.
Jessica, can you hear us? You're muted or when we can't see you.
Yeah, we can't see her.
Okay, raise your right hand to be sworn. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in this proceeding will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Did you hear us? Did you hear that?
Oh,
We
we
can't hear you.
You're on mute.
No, she's not.
She's not?
But we
No?
can't hear her. You need to adjust your volume on your computer, probably.
Mhm.
Can you hear me now, Jessica? Can you nod if you hear me, Jessica? Okay. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in this proceeding will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Okay, I can't hear you.
This isn't gonna work, Jessica. We can't hear
Yeah,
you.
we gotta hear you.
Can you increase your
Can't hear
volume?
you. We can't hear you.
Adjust your volume.
Can we come back to Jessica and we'll bring up the next speaker?
I think we should, given the hour.
Okay,
Jessica, we'll come back to you. Figure out how we can hear you. Adjust your volume, okay? Okay, Jessica? Okay.
Okay.
Go ahead, Francisco.
All right, I'm promoting the next person. And I'm removing Jessica back to the attendees. But I'll come back to her.
Okay.
Steve, can you unmute yourself and show your camera, please?
Yeah, I'm doing the camera. I can hear you guys.
We can hear you.
Just a second. Yeah, you can hear me, right?
Can
Yes.
hear you, but we can't see you.
Okay, how about
Now
now?
we can see you.
Okay,
Now we
great.
see.
Okay, raise your right hand to be sworn.
My name is Steve Siametta.
Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in this proceeding will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
And spell your full name, please.
Steven, first name, last name, Siametta, Sciametta.
Thank you.
Okay, I am the current owner of 143 St. Paul's Avenue. I've owned that building for 23 years. It's titled under Total Property LLC. We are directly behind the proposed building. Now, aside from what everyone else has said, which I agree with, the excess height and everything else they're doing, what I want to bring up is this. Perry Street is real narrow. It's parking on both sides. They're now talking about having an entrance over there so that they could drop people off or whatever. Well, there's no way to even make a turnaround on that street. So that it's impossible. Anyone who goes down has to back out. And the residents sort of know that, and that's what they do. I happen to have a curb cut out, legal, and we park in the back of our building. So the whole thing is that that's going to be a big problem if they're going to try to drive in and out of that street. The other thing is If you're going to build a building and you're going to ask for 9 variances to start with, you shouldn't be building the building in the first place. You should get down to what is really acceptable. I've been in the business for 37 years. I own dozens of apartment buildings and I managed hundreds of units. And every time this goes on, the only thing it ever benefits is the builder. This does not benefit anybody in the neighborhood at all. I told him that when we had that little community meeting down there about a month ago. I told him that, and I was the one that brought up the whole thing about them driving in on Perry Street, which they're trying to change, which is really not approved yet. Anyway, they need to get approval for the Department of Transportation to move that egress over there. But that is a horrible situation that they have going down that street. So basically, aside from the engineer that spoke earlier.
1 minute to go.
What?
You have a minute to go. Keep going.
Oh.
1 minute left.
The engineer that spoke earlier was exactly correct. He brought up all those things. The overhangs from the decks that are looking into people's yards. The big thing in the wintertime, when it snows, we get a lot of snow in that yard. With the new shade, I showed the shadows. We'll never be able to melt the snow. We'll have snow in May in the yard back there. That's going to block everybody's shadow. The building is way too big. I'm not saying they shouldn't have a building. They just should have something that fits in the guidelines that benefits everybody. And I'm going to bring my point up. When they do their construction, they better not block our entrance. Thank you. I appreciate your time. Take care.
Promoting the next attendee.
Hello?
We can hear.
We can't see you.
There you go. Would you raise your right hand to be sworn? Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in this proceeding will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Spell your full name for the record.
Karnjit, last name Dhillon.
Thank you.
I hope everybody's doing good. Thank you for the board members for allowing me to speak. I just want to say that I looked at the project and in my opinion, it really fits the features of the area. The design is suitable for the site. The green roof is a nice added feature. It helps provide shade, removes heat from the air. And also the unit mix is very helpful as well, including the size of the units. They are pretty large. And lastly, I want to say that the parking is a big plus too, because Jersey City can be very crowded. So having parking, a good parking situation is really a big plus. Thank you.
Thank you.
Promoting the next individual.
And Vinny, if they've spoken before, will you just remind them they're under oath? Like,
Except I never kept a list of who spoke the last time.
okay,
Last,
I'll let you know. Pam, the next one that's coming up has, okay?
okay.
Would you raise your right hand to be sworn? Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in this proceeding will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I will.
Thank you. And spell your full name for the record.
My first name is Anant, A-N-A-N-T. Last name is Tripathi, T-R-I-P-A-T-H-I.
Thank you.
Yeah, so I just wanted to bring up, just briefly over what the other attendees had mentioned about the height. It's too tall. There's a lot of shadow that's going to be cast. And everyone's already heard about this several times. Also, the parking situation is not going to get better. I don't think putting a 22 unit housing is going to be appropriate when you only have 14 parking spaces. That makes no sense. You're just banking on best case scenario that everyone doesn't have a vehicle. It's a dead end area. The parking is already very hard to get.
I've been living here for more than 20 years and everyone's always fighting for parking. So that's not beneficial whatsoever. As for the rain and everything else, like the weather conditions, I agree with Steve that it's not going to help in any way because the snow, that's all going to get masked off, and it's very hard to get rid of that in that particular area. It's very dense. So yeah, like the parking situation is not good. My family actually owns the building that's right behind it, 21 Perry Street. The shadow situation and the privacy is also going to be awful, considering you have a balcony with people that are going to be standing out there, probably playing, either music or they're just going to be hanging around, bringing more of a crowd on a dead end area. And that's not beneficial. That doesn't help anybody. It makes it crowded, and it's actually not appealing. Just from the schematics that are presented, it doesn't look like it's appropriate. And yeah, it's too tall. They're saying like you wanted a 5-story building, and I don't see any of that working unless it's at least like down to 4 or less. Yeah, and like I said, it's just really bad when it comes to the parking situation and having people come back and forth in a dead end area that's just asking for trouble unless everything is redone, and it's a one-way. So that's just asking for accidents and putting people's lives in danger. Considering there's children, I was one of those kids back in the day. I was playing around the streets, going around everywhere, and
1 minute to go.
Thank you. And I think that's just inappropriate and negligent about children, and it's putting people's lives in danger. I think it's much more serious than it's coming off as, and I don't think it's appropriate. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Pam Andes.
They need the next 2 people have been sworn in.
Well, this is right. Pam, you're still under oath, okay?
Okay.
Good.
Hi, I'm Pam
Hi
from
there.
Councilman Rich Bogiano's office. Councilman Rich Bogiano just called from a community event, and many people are upset. He asks for another community meeting. He comments that with all this new development, the biggest complaint people make is about parking and buying food. He wants me to say it's a joke that planning believes new people will not bring cars. Every week, we get a call from a new tenant asking to be added to the street permit parking. We are working with planning to change and amend the redevelopment plan about parking. So there needs to be more parking. Where will people buy food? From 7-Eleven? This is a commercial site. There needs to be some commercial in this development. Also, the engineer who spoke that is a resident brought up a common problem. Many developers think they can dump into the city sewer system. The city does not have this kind of infrastructure. Maurice Raymaker also touched on this. The councilman wants me to remind the commissioners that good developers and good builders work with their neighbors and try to be a good neighbor. They meet more than one time, listen to the community, and make changes. Councilman asks the developer and commissioners to please table until another community is done and revisions are made. And he thanks all the commissioners for staying up this late.
Thank you.
Promoting Paul Matuzo. And then I want to keep my word. We do have that, the other attendee, Jessica, I believe, who hopefully has fixed the sound problem.
Hello, everyone again. Thank you for still being here tonight.
And Paul, you're still under oath.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Vincent. I just want to say, as president of Persian Field Neighborhood Association, we met with the developer early on at the very beginning of this project. And I myself walked the streets over on St. Paul's Avenue and Perry Street and tried to round up some community people, and it was seriously to no avail. I had one set of homeowners told me that they didn't really care what happened at that site, and their property just about backs to it. They are on St. Paul's Avenue. I did have one homeowner whose building directly backs to it, who was concerned about the setback. At that point in time, it was a 0 setback on the St. Paul's Avenue side of the building near Perry Street. So they've adjusted that and set the building back 6 feet. Unfortunately, the Perry Street issue will never go away because it is what it is. I mean, it's basically a dead end street that backs to this building. It ends at this building. They did move the driveway and garages to 139, which originally were on Perry Street. And we at that point had a huge concern about traffic, about Amazon making deliveries, the UPS or anybody else. If a truck got in there, how would they ever get out? Because it is a one-way street and you cannot turn around. You'd have to back out onto St. Paul's Avenue. So given that the garage has changed to 139, we feel that that's a major improvement. I wish that we had been invited to the last community meeting. For some reason, Persian Field Neighborhood Association was left out of the last, I believe, 2 community meetings that were held on this project. So I don't really have a grasp on where the neighbors are, although I get a sense. I'm getting some mixed stories from the immediate neighbors. What I can say is that Persian Field is still supporting this project, given that the driveway has been moved to Route 139. It really alleviates a lot of the traffic potential hazardous issues that would happen on Perry Street with deliveries and such. Whether the owner of the property, at this point is willing to adjust his project according to comments is up to him. And I would respect, given more time, that I am representing thousands of people in my neighborhood association. And I do wish this board would consider giving leaders of communities more time, as we are representing potentially 15 more people speaking. So given that, PFNA still supports this project, and I hope that we can work something out moving forward with the community. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I am going to promote Jessica just to see if her. And then I do see another hand raised. I'm not sure if this individual has spoken yet, but
I believe so.
yeah, I don't, it's a Galaxy name.
Right.
Unless that is Jessica and she tried to call in.
Oh, I mean,
I think he spoke first.
let's see.
Right.
Yes, 21.
Hear you, Jessica.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, great. Do you swear or affirm the testimony that you're about to give in this proceeding will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
And spell your full name for the record.
Jessica Shah, Jesika, Shah, Shah.
Thank you.
And I live on St. Paul's Avenue, a block away from this project is happening, over 30 years. And I think this project is going to be just like any other building. It's going to be better for the community. And like Paul mentioned, now the garage is going to be from 139. I think that's a better way to do this project, because it's not going to be coming on Perry Street anymore. And that was the main concern for everyone, for the garage to become from 139. Besides that, parking situation is going to be everywhere. It's going to be problem, given that so many buildings are coming up already in Jersey City. So it's not only this block, but throughout Jersey City, the problem is going to be always going to be there. So we cannot stop doing this, but it's going to be a remaining problem anyway.
Okay.
That's about it.
That's it.
Thank
Thank you.
Thank you.
And I'll promote that last hand.
This gentleman has spoken before.
That is correct. So you are only given one chance to speak and you're only allotted
Can
three.
can I have the one more chance for the, because of the.
Unfortunately,
No, I'm sorry.
I do see another hand raised. I'm gonna promote them.
Then after this, Francisco, we'll close the public. Otherwise, we can keep chipping this away till 2:00 in the morning.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's the only hand I see.
Well, okay, then close it right after that.
Hello?
We can hear.
Yes, we can hear you, but we cannot see you.
Okay, well, let me.
Great. Raise your right hand to be sworn. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in this proceeding will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. And spell your full name for the record.
Mishree, Mishree, Patel, Patel.
Thank you.
All right, so I'm aware that this building is being built up, supposed to be built on this street. And I know that the owner, he owns the building a little bit up the street. I don't know exactly what the address is, but he was supposed to provide parking for these people who live in these units. And a typical family has about 1 to 2 cars each time. And he said that to work with the community that he was going to provide parking for each of these people. However, it's come to my attention that the parking that is being offered to these members, they have to pay extra for it. Why are they paying extra for parking? No one is going to pay the extra money they're going to park onto the streets anyway. So if he's going to do the same thing in this building, like a lot of the other people have said, the overflowing cars or whatever is going to back onto the street, and the residents who have lived there for multiple years, 10, 20 years, are not going to have the parking that they used to because someone new has decided to come into our community. Also, the fact that Perry Street is a dead end, there is a pediatrician who lives on the corner, and multiple children cross that crossway back and forth to get to their doctor's appointment. And a lot of kids in the community play nearby that dead end. And I just think it's also safety for these little kids who just go outside and play. But that's all I have to say.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so we're going to close out the public portion now. Is that what we're doing?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Before we hear from the staff, are there any questions or comments from the commissioners?
Well, we can respond to a few things, if that's all right.
Okay,
We'll be brief, I promise.
please be brief.
We'll be brief. We'll be brief. And I'll just run through it, if you don't mind. So just a couple of things. We did host a lot of community meetings with a lot of different individuals. And whenever I hear, kind of this many people come out and say the same things over and over again, it's disheartening because there was a lot more comment and a lot more positive changes that were made to the building. And those people don't come out at 11 o'clock at night and say, great job, you've done what we've asked you to do. And so just to highlight a couple of those things, and we don't have to belabor it, but for the record, it's a 5-story building, not a 6-story building. The highest point of the building is approximately 70 feet, but it's the bulkhead for the elevator. And we can get the exact heights with our engineer if necessary, but it's the bulkhead for the elevator. The building is ADA accessible, so we need the height. That bulkhead doesn't overlook anything but 139. If you were looking at the building, it's all the way to the left of the building and away from the residential properties towards what would be the rear of the building along St. Paul's. There's no balconies overlooking the rear yards of the buildings on St. Paul's. We're very particular in the placement of the balconies because there were privacy concerns. Those balconies were placed along 139 and over and above Perry Street only. And then the building sets back, if you recall, over and above the upper stories. So the sight lines are impacted from those upper buildings. And we can show you from those upper units, the sight lines are impacted because the building steps back. So the architect and the applicant were careful in creating that to improve privacy. They thought about the same thing when thinking about the roof deck and the placement of the roof deck towards the 139 side of the building, with the green roof and the and the coverage on the upper story, on the roof of the building towards the rear where those residential properties are. There were some comments about stormwater. So this project, two different architects had worked through the project and original plans. Stormwater retention was proposed. When the new team came in, somehow there was a question regarding the DOT and the tie-in, but the applicant is comfortable confirming the stormwater will be proposed on the site, stormwater retention system. The difference between this site and some of the other sites in the area that give us the option to look at 139 as an entrance and egress situation is because there's an existing curb cut along Highway 139. Originally, when you build a building, you want to put the entrances and egresses off of side streets. And that's how this building originally started. It's just a common process to empty out onto lower traffic streets, enter and egress. There was a concern with all the things that you heard today. People hang out in the dead end, they play in the dead end, there's people crossing the street in the dead end. Loud and clear. We moved the entrance, which the applicant thought was the biggest problem with the project, onto Highway 139. So that was a big to do, and we modified the plans in order to accomplish that. We heard the street trees along Highway 139. That's absolutely acceptable. The applicant will certainly put street trees up along Highway 139. And I just think in closing that there has been, despite some of the things that we've heard this evening, a great attention paid to this project, not only to the city's vision for the area, but also to many of the community members and community groups, unfortunately, some of which you didn't hear from tonight, to craft a project that takes privacy and some of these other things into consideration. So that would be my general response to what you've heard this evening from the various neighborhoods.
Thank you.
Do any commissioners have any questions or comments before we hear from Tanya?
Yeah, Mr. Shirami, you addressed a lot of the concerns. However, I did not hear you address Councilman Boggiano's request to actually perhaps have another meeting. I heard many people from Perry Street, not many people, sorry. I heard a lot of your information addressing Perry Street and not a lot of your data addressing St. Paul's. And there were several concerns from St. Paul's Avenue that came up.
Well, St. Paul's and Perry Street cross, that's the intersection of the two. So
Yep.
the people that you're hearing from on St. Paul's and Perry Street, they're all within, I guess, a few properties or a few houses of that intersection. So I'm considering them one and the same. You know, they had requested that the applicant meet with them. The applicant met with them more than once, not only in person, but by phone. There's been emails. I personally went through the plans a few times and recommended changes to my applicant with, you know, in relation to some of those comments and some of the representatives from the, I'll call it a de facto neighborhood association. We met with Pershing Field, properties within the boundaries of the Pershing Field Neighborhood Association. We've been working with them for 18 months on the site. There have been a lot of meetings and a lot of changes made. And there is a level of exhaustion. This is the first time we heard from the councilman's office that another meeting should be held. But, you know, the councilman's office has been aware of this project for over 2 years. It's, you know, and I think it's clear, it's a direct result from people hearing it tonight and calling the councilman urgently and saying something's got to be done. So, oh, well, you know, another meeting, but there've been a lot of meetings and there's been a lot of attention paid to a lot of members. And the list, believe it or not, may have been longer had we not taken into account so many different changes. And what you're seeing is almost a building by committee. There's just so many influences impacting this particular structure that have been taken into account, that this is where we are. You know, it's the best foot forward for the developer at the moment. And we feel that it's a good project and it won't impact, you know, negatively impact the community, given some of the things that we've discussed and some of the things that we've taken into account.
So I'm sorry, Jeffrey, you have a question?
Yeah, and this is a question also. Covered.
Okay, I have a question. You said you had many meetings, and what I was listening to tonight is that a lot of it seemed about the height, which you then clarified, said it was 5 feet. But you did say that you made so many changes, but briefly, can you tell us what a couple of those changes might be, briefly?
Yeah, sure. The setting back of the building on various heights of the building pulled it back away from the property lines in the rear. Obviously moving the entrance from Perry Street to the front of to Highway 139 was one of them. We increased the parking ratio in the building from 11 to 14. And we were able to do that by moving it and reconfiguring the first floor. We reconfigured the rooftop and moved the rooftop amenities. I mean, outdoor space is important to everybody. It's important to the neighborhood. It's important to tenants of the building. So you got to have outdoor space. We relocated the outdoor space on the upper portion of the building to both be private, you know, for the building, but also private for the rear yard, the owners along the rear yard.
Was that based on what the community was saying, or was that based on making the project that when you were developing it and designing the plans, that it was something you had to do because of different building heights, different measurements, different number of apartments you want to get in or size?
No, it was, you could put, the roof deck's pretty large, so you can put the roof deck anywhere. But as a direct result of privacy concerns in this building, we made those changes.
Okay.
The original rear facade of the building had balconies all along the rear. Those balconies were taken off, left only on Perry Street, and instead, as the building stepped back, we opened up the window. So I could go on and on. It's
I heard you before I heard Carolyn, so no, I don't need to hear anything more.
very good.
Do any of the commissioners have questions?
Yeah, I'm just wondering about the first floor commercial place. Do you have any idea? Can you do any commercial space there?
It hasn't been proposed. It hasn't been really discussed. I mean, I think you go to these community meetings and you heard very clearly parking. And that's all I hear. I go all over the city and I talk to community. Everyone thinks parking. So, yeah, the conversations lend to how many spaces you can give us and not, you know, what type of commercial uses are there.
Yeah, I mean, like what the councilman said, 7-Eleven is not the only option there, but maybe a supermarket or something like that that really will serve not only the building but the neighborhood.
If we sacrifice parking and this board wants to see less parking, that's something we can look at, but you know, then we'll have 20 more people saying, well, there's not enough parking, and it's, you know, you can see the tug of war that happens on some of these properties.
We do. Yeah.
Maybe I want to hear this.
Sonia, you have a comment?
No, I was just thinking about on Perry Street, I know you have the balconies. And I remember one of the complaints from the tenants, the residents were that it might pose maybe people hanging out in the balconies and, you know, staying up late at night. I don't know, did you get any, is that something that you consider changing those balconies on Perry Street and just have them in the front and the back?
Right, well, the balconies were, so I'll tell you this. The balconies configuration on the building was made specifically so they don't overhang any rear lots. There's 3 properties in the rear. One of them is a parking lot, you know, the rear yard parking for a building, and the other 2 are actually backyards. So there's no balconies that overhang any of the residential properties in the rear. They only overhang the streets. So if it's this board's pleasure and it's a condition of approval, we can remove the balconies along Perry Street and make them, you know, the same type of openings that you see along the rest of that facade. But that was, you know, that concept was done in direct response to community concerns about privacy in the rear, as was pulling back the building as it increased in height.
Okay, all right, thank you.
I'm sorry.
Can I add a few things, Nick? I just want to, you know, address the balcony comment, and if I can pull up
I just
the.
have to ask you to please be brief because we really.
No, sure. I quickly I wanted to show the floor plan. One take. As you can see, this is the larger 3-bedroom unit with a balcony, you know, at the Perry Street, right? And you know, this is a larger 3-bedroom unit, and you know, most probably the unit will be occupied by someone with a family and kids. So I mean, the concerns are valid that they will be hanging out at the balcony at late hours and things like that. But you know, again, we did consider that, you know, this balcony is a larger unit or with a family with kids. So, you know, I mean, that nuisance is not going to be there. I mean, 80% of the chances that it's not going to be there. And then other item I want to cover is the rear.
Avar, hold on real quick, just go back to that because that's an important thing. We recessed those balconies into the building. So sight lines, you can't, if you're standing on that balcony, you have limited sight lines.
Correct.
Out of the building. It's recessed into the interior of the building.
Okay.
Correct. And then the access from the Perry Street, you know, the main lobby, most of these type of buildings, you know, we don't provide free access points to the lobbies. Okay. The only reason we did it here is that, you know, being the secondary entrance being on 139, most probably the emergency service will be occupying, you know, or they will be coming through Perry Street. I mean, 139 is a busy street, you know, having fire engines or even ambulances is going to be difficult to park on that side and all that. So most probably the fire department or any emergency services will be serving it from the Perry Street side. And that's why we kept this entrance when we revised the parking garage entrance.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Thanks.
Commissioner Christie, did you have a question?
Yep, I have a quick question. The curb cut on US 139, you're using the same cut that's there currently, so you don't need DOT approval for access from 139?
No, it's a good question. I think the existing curb cut gives us the best argument with DOT. They absolutely have to review the project for sure. But the curb cut's existing, and the game plan is to use the existing curb cut in and out. So we're not proposing any changes along the highway. I mean, if you go down just a couple of doors from this, there's a 7-Eleven. That's a much higher intense use. I don't know if anyone saw the parking or the traffic study. But at peak hours in this property, it's proposed that, you know, there's 7 or 8 cars in or out during the peak times, AM, PM. So, you know, that use is definitely less intense than some of the other uses along Highway 139. So it seems fair.
Okay. Any other commissioners have any other questions or concerns they want to discuss? Okay, we should hear from Tanya at this point.
Hi, sorry about that. Of course, my computer died while that was all happening. So I think I will not go beat a dead horse. I think Carolyn did a great job laying out all of the planning testimony. The only thing I would add to all that is that before 2000, this was the C2 zone, commercial corridor. It was a 10-story commercial corridor zone. And it had been that prior to that, probably for about 25 years. Why it went from a C2 to an R1, so it's like a 10-story commercial corridor to an R1 with 1 and 2 family, 3 stories. I'm not sure. I still don't really know why. But I can tell you that when we did meet with the neighborhood associations to do the master plan, this would have been in 2021 and in 2022. We focused on what we call the Lower Heights area, and 139 came up along with Palisade Avenue and Baldwin Avenue. But I want to read from the small vision area about Route 139 proposals so that I think it's a little bit more clear so what the plan was saying. But give me 1 second because my computer is just having a little hard time loading since everything kind of shut out. But I guess while it's loading, I can tell you that the small vision area plan did consider 5 stories along 139. It actually recommended that it would be gateway commercial. Gateway commercial is recommended other places throughout the master plan to even go up to 6 stories. The sentiment that we got from the neighborhood association was the protection of the inner residential areas. And that part of it would be, of course, that you would be allowing the 5 stories along the north-south corridors and along 139. It's not coming up, so I'm not even going to try. But what I will do is read the conditions into the record. Staff does recommend approval, seeing that the following conditions are met. Okay. Condition number 1. All review agent comments shall be addressed, and revised plans that have been deemed satisfactory by the review agent shall be submitted to the Division of Planning prior to issuance of building permits. The applicant shall resubmit plans to the Division of Planning and the MUA showing an underground detention basin. The applicant shall comply with the provisions of Chapter 188. While the applicant does not have to have a fully executed affordable housing agreement with the Division of Affordable Housing, the applicant shall have the bedroom type and income restriction for those affordable units prior to the issuance of building permits. The applicant shall then have a completed affordable housing agreement with the Division of Affordable Housing prior to an issuance of certificate of occupancy. No deviation to the project as approved shall be permitted without consultation with the Division of Planning. It is at the discretion of the Division of Planning to determine if the proposed amendments would require a site plan amendment. All testimony given by the applicant's witnesses shall be binding. A copy of the resolution with an amended deed shall be recorded by the county clerk's office, and it should be submitted prior to issuance of building permits. All street trees shall meet the Jersey City forestry standards. And finally, all street trees, green infrastructure shall be installed prior to an issuance of certificate of occupancy or temporary certificate of occupancy, whichever is relative, in compliance with the Jersey City. That's it. That's it.
And for the record, the applicant is in agreement with those conditions, and thank you for your recommendation.
Okay, so commissioners, based on Tanya's presentation, do we have any questions or any concerns we want to? Okay, so can I have someone recommend voting on case number Z 22-053.
Acting Madam Chair, I'd like to make a motion to approve case Z 22-053 as presented to the board this evening.
Can I have a second?
Second,
Okay.
Commissioner Shadid,
Yes.
Commissioner Arujo,
Yes.
Commissioner Allen,
Yes.
Commissioner Ziplicki. Oh, you're on mute.
Yes.
Commissioner Boyle,
yes.
Commissioner Park.
No,
Okay, and Vice Madam Chair Coyle.
No.
Motion carries 5 in favor, 2 oppose.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Take care.
I know it's late. Thank you, everyone.
Okay.
Thanks,
Good night.
everyone.
Do we have,
Vinny, I have a question.
Yes.
The last public speaker, she seemed like a very young lady. Do we have a limit for the age of the participant?
I'm not,
I'm sorry,
I can't hear you, I'm not understanding you, Shadid.
I'm saying there is an age limit for the public
Oh.
speakers, they have to be over 15, over 21.
No,
I'm
but
sorry, I just came to my mind and I wanted to ask.
Well, she's not probably a homeowner. She's probably just a renter. of a
why don't we
condo.
close the meeting? We can discuss that off the record.
do we have any need for an executive session this evening? Vinny?
No,
No.
no.
No, please no.
Okay, so can I get a motion to adjourn the meeting?
I motion to adjourn the meeting.
Adjourn. Okay, meeting adjourned.
I just have how's
Do you second it?
I
Ahmed,
second.
second?
before we close for Deborah and Mark?
Are we off the air, Francesca?
Wait. Let's get over
I like
here.
this.
Francisco.
Everyone.